Dear colleagues, Your Excellency Ambassador, Your Magnificence Rector, allow me please to open the International Conference, National and International Attempt of Rescue World War II Jewish Refugees in Lithuania, 1939-1941, efforts by Lithuania, Poland, Japan, America, and others. The conference is organized by the Faculty of History of Vilnius University in a partnership with the Embassy of Japan in Lithuania and also Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania and supported by the Mitsubishi Foundation. Before we start our reports and go into the detailed discussion, I would like to call His Magnificence Rector of Vilnius University, Professor Rimvydas Petrauskas, to say a welcoming speech.
Your Excellency, Ambassador, Vice Minister, dear professors, colleagues, and friends. It's a great pleasure for me to open this conference and celebrate the 100-year anniversary of bilateral relations between Japan and Lithuania. While celebrating the long history of our relations, we should also remember that the events of the 20th century did not allow us to truly enjoy our friendship. The Second World War dramatically changed the global situation and greatly affected both countries. For 50 years, Lithuania remained occupied by the Soviet Union. The 20th century was indeed a very complicated period of the international scale and is sometimes even referred to as the most violent. And the current political situation unfortunately proves that not many lessons have been learned since. The most recent Russian invasion in Ukraine, the crisis in Belarus, and the destabilizing situation on the EU border have once again challenged our joint democratic values. Today is a tragic day for Europe and the world. Russia has launched full-scale invasion in Ukraine. We stand by the Ukraine and their people today. Therefore, it's very important that we have the possibility sometimes to pause and discuss our common past by recognizing our achievements and common efforts to save human lives and stand up for a civilized world. I'm very glad that Vilnius University is becoming an open platform for discussion. Vilnius University and the Faculty of History in particular have a long-standing tradition of researching the history of the 20th century. The university, as well as the whole Lithuania state, was hugely affected by both Nazi Holocaust and Soviet occupation. We believe that understanding and recognizing our history in a transparent and responsible way creates the foundation for a strong and open academic community. That's why, for several years, Vilnius University has been conducting a project called Recovering Memory, whose aim is to commemorate and pay respect to the members of the Vilnius University community, both staff and students, who were expelled from the university because of the actions of the totalitarian regimes and their local collaborators. While looking ahead to the future, it is our responsibility to remember and evaluate the past, especially the tragic events that took place in pre- and post-war Lithuania. The conference held today also deals with the event which significantly changed Lithuania in general and Vilnius University in particular. The rescue of Jewish refugees was not only an act of heroism, it was also an example of humanism which is very valuable of the present of the today world. I wish you interesting and inspiring discussion and hope that our common friendship between Japan and Lithuania will be consolidated by many other events in the future. Indeed, it's already the second Lithuania-Japanese conference this week, which I have had pleasure to open with His Excellency, with Your Excellency, Ambassador, and thank you very much for your support. Thank you all for joining this conference once again. Thank you very much. Have a good day in Vilnius and in Lithuania.
Thank you, Your Magnificency. We are honored by the presence of His Excellency Ambassador of Japan in Lithuania, Tetsu Ozaki, and we would like to call him for his opening.
Rector Professor Petrauskas-san, His Excellency Vice Foreign Minister Melna-san, distinguished guest, it's a great honor to be giving a speech today at such an important international conference. The 20th century was certainly a century of the war, and hellish scenes unfolded all over the world, and the Holocaust is arguably the most devastating tragedy of them all. Many atrocities were committed by the people driven by hatred. Even under such extreme circumstances, there were people who risked their lives and jobs to save Jewish people. Among them as Chiune Sugihara, however, he only became known in Japan after Israeli Holocaust Memorial Yad Vashem honored him the title of Righteous Among the Nations in 1984. Until then, his achievements were unknown to many people. Today, the name of Chiune Sugihara is gradually becoming known thanks to the research of the expert present here today. I would like to express my sincere respect for your efforts. This year marks 100th anniversary of friendship between Japan and Lithuania. Chiune Sugihara became a symbol of historical tie between the two countries. This, I believe, is a ray of hope born out of the tragedy of the Holocaust. Sugihara's humanitarian decision reminds us that there are important values shared among us over time and across borders. Today, let me pay tribute to those who, guided by their moral compass, did not remain indifferent in the face of the tragedy of the Holocaust. Thank you very much.
We are very glad that we have partners in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania who supported us in organizing this conference, and I kindly ask Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania, Egidijus Meilūnas, for his welcoming speech.
Your Magnificence, Rector of the University, Your Excellency, Ambassador of Japan, dear participants and guests of this conference, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Minasama, ohayo gozaimasu. I am honored having this opportunity to welcome you all on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania on this very special occasion, opening of the International Conference to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations and friendship between Lithuania and Japan. In the beginning of my welcoming remarks, I would like to take this opportunity and to extend our heartfelt congratulations on His Majesty, the Emperor of Japan, on the occasion of the 61st birthday, which is celebrated on February 23rd. On this occasion, we wish our Japanese friends a peaceful and prosperous year. It's not an easy task to describe 100 years of relations between two countries in a very short speech. But in case of Lithuanian-Japanese cooperation, it's possible to describe it in 5 words: a centenary of partnership and true friendship. Despite of significant geographic distance, we enjoy intensive and fruitful cooperation in many fields, be it economy, politics, culture, science, or education. Being a strategic partner of the EU and an important partner of NATO, Japan is also a key partner in Asia for Lithuania. The government of Lithuania is also determined to give a new impetus to enhancing the relations with Japan in all fields. It's very symbolic that while marking 100 years anniversary of our friendly cooperation, we are joining our efforts in upgrading our partnership to a level of strategic partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, Lithuania and Japan, we are also like-minded countries. Our people share the same values, and we always strongly support each other. A very important historic episode which this conference is about, namely an effort to rescue Jewish refugees in Lithuania, is of particular significance to both of our countries and our relations. It is due to legacy of the Japanese diplomat Sugihara, who saved more than 6,000 lives. Sugihara is highly respected in Lithuania, and his memory is cherished here. I am delighted that as we mark the centenary of our friendship today at this conference, we will remember the deed of Sugihara, which has become the highest symbol of humanity. I believe the conference will contribute to highlighting the role of the Lithuanian state in the context of the Second World War, yet little known to the international public. Despite the difficult geopolitical environment that threatened Lithuania's sovereignty, the then Lithuanian government demonstrated its determination to address the humanitarian crisis by providing shelter and daily support to more than 30,000 war refugees. This event is also very important from an educational point of view. Discussing the consequences of crimes against humanity by the Nazi and Soviet occupation regimes helps us to educate the younger generations in a spirit of humanism, tolerance, and respect for common human values. It's very tragic that today we face a danger of the crimes against humanity again. We were almost convinced that in the 21st century, this horror is not going to happen ever again. But it's shocking to realize that some people didn't learn from history, and today dare to deny the right of nations and countries to independently build their future, or even the right to exist. Today we face imperialistic Russia's aggression against independent and peaceful Ukraine, and here Russia's dictators Putin insane claims. That is really insane and very dangerous. It's not only an attack against one country, it's an attack against the whole democratic world. Lithuania, Japan belongs to this democratic world. So our response should be unity and solidarity with Ukraine. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Japan for its very firm stance and solidarity with other democratic countries in this situation. Our response also should be courage and humanity that guided Sugihara in rescuing people from mortal danger. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to sincerely thank the organizer of the conference. By the way, my alma mater, Vilnius University. Mr. Rector, thank you very much, and Madam Dean. I extend also my deep appreciation to Ambassador of Japan in Lithuania and the Mitsubishi Foundation for your great support. I also express my deep gratitude to Dr. Simonas Strelcovas, prominent Lithuanian researcher focusing on wartime refugees and Jubiliejinių Sugihara, for his scientific and educational activities, and also great contribution in organizing this important event. I still warmly remember when I first time met Dr. Strelcovas maybe 6 years ago in Tokyo, and he inspired us with his wonderful project about refugees and Jubiliejinių Sugihara. So today I'm really happy, Dr. Simonas, that we can see great results of this project. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very successful conference and productive discussion. Thank you very much for your very kind attention. Arigatou gozaimashita.
Thank you, Vice Minister. Before we start our reports, allow me please to say a few organizational details. The conference is going on live and at the same time is broadcasted live on the internet. So some presentations will be done live and others will be virtually. Every presenter is kindly asked to keep the timing. 20 minutes is allocated to each report with 5 minutes for few questions. I believe that the majority of questions could be asked during the discussion in the evening and also during the coffee breaks, which actually makes it more easier to discuss without masks. I also remind you that all presenters are allowed to take off masks while saying their presentation for more clarity and ability to hear more clearly. And now please allow me to ask our first presenter, already mentioned, Dr. Simonas Strelcovas, without whom most probably all these events never took place. So, Mr. Simonas, an opportunity for refugees as an opportunity for Lithuania, long-term benefits. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Ambassador, dear colleagues, today is a difficult day for everyone, and I'm going to speak about the opportunity and the long-term benefits. While I was thinking about the content of my presentation, I remembered the law of conservation of energy. Well, it's strange a little bit for a historian to think about such laws, but nevertheless. So the law of conservation of energy in physics, it states that the energy can neither be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed or transferred from one to another form. So be transferred or transferred from one form to another. I was thinking that it's all about the refugees and Lithuania and Sugihara and Japan. This is all about the opportunity and long-term benefits. However, for a better understanding of the opportunity and long-term benefits, I would like to walk with you through a short prehistory. As usually, it all started with indifference, apathy, and refusal to help and prevent tragic events. Sounds familiar, isn't it, today? In the 1930s, the political agenda in Europe was painted in dark colors. The Anschluss of Austria in spring 1938 was a signal that the status quo is breaking apart. Close to 200,000 Jews lived in Austria before the Anschluss. In March 1938, a Central Jewish Immigration Bureau was founded in Vienna under well-known Adolf Eichmann. Switzerland, based on the wish to stop the potential influx of refugees from Austria, reinforced security on Austrian frontier. In May, Dutch government hurried to announce that no more forced immigrants would be accepted. In August, France reinforced their borders with Germany and Austria in order to stop the flow of refugees. The United Kingdom's Foreign Office as well claimed that the country was densely populated and suffered from unemployment. Therefore, there is no place in UK for refugees. So in July 1938, delegates from 32 states were represented at the Avian Conference in France. Personally, I think that the Avian Conference was the prehistory of refugees' dramatic fate, the prelude to Sugihara's visas for life. The majority of participating states at Avian refused to accept refugees from Europe. There were plenty of possible reasons for this: immigration quotas, unemployment, poor economic indicators, and many similar. Former Austrian and German citizens of Jewish origin were not attractive enough for other countries to open their borders. Most states tended to continue seeking solutions, urging to use diplomatic solutions and founding organizations, working groups and committees for refugee affairs, but nothing was done in reality. At the Avian Conference, it became clear that the Jewish tragedy mattered to the Jews themselves and to organizations or individuals dealing with the issues of refugees, but not to official policymakers. Therefore, after the most influential states of the world had turned away from the Jewish refugee problem, it was clear that the consequences will come soon. In 1939, the aggression against Poland came out as the result of the, "oh, it's not our problem, let's seek for diplomatic solutions" policy. Back in 1939, in Poland lived 3 million Jews. After September, they found themselves trapped in Nazi and Soviet-occupied territories. A minimal number of them were lucky enough to escape and found refuge in the Lithuanian Republic. 14,000. So small number, and so many lives. The Lithuanian Republic in 1939 had faced a difficult situation. The war with Poland in 1919-1920 had a huge impact on both states. Neighbors and possible geopolitical allies had no diplomatic relations until 1938. But in September 1939, there were no enemies anymore. There were left those who needed help and those who could help. Financial support of the Lithuanian state, international organizations, and Poland's allies, France and England, were very important in this case. Refugees were supplied with nutrition, clothing, housing, childcare, operated canteens, tailor shops, and dormitories. Besides, the Lithuanian government adopted a gentleman agreement with international refugee relief organizations and the British Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Lithuania undertook to allocate 50% of the amount received from abroad. Jewish refugees lived peacefully in the Lithuanian Republic until it was occupied by the Soviet Union in 1940. There was no single cause of anti-Semitic or anti-refugee violation registered in Lithuania. As I have mentioned before, there were 14,000 Jewish refugees in Lithuania. Lithuania was treated as a safe transit stop until there was a chance to move to the desired destination, whether South America, South Africa, Palestine, or United States. Before the spring 1940, the northern direction was available, crossing Scandinavian countries, but after the Winter War, the route has been closed. The other way to get to the free world for Jewish refugees was by transit through the territory of the Soviet Union. After long negotiations between the Lithuanian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the highest Soviet officials, finally in the April of 1940, the Soviets agreed to let refugees, by the way, only the Jewish origin, to use Soviet territory as a transit to Odessa. Refugees were supposed to continue their journey passing Turkey to Palestine. Lithuanian envoy in Moscow wrote, quote, "The Soviets would allow the Jews to move through the territory to the port of Odessa, from there to Palestine or elsewhere." This brief "or elsewhere" was a prelude to the success story of visas for life. Unfortunately, in June, Lithuanian Republic was occupied by Soviets. Suddenly, Jewish refugees had no place left to hide. The escape routes to the free world were closed, or at least it seemed so. It is very important to notice that Japanese diplomat Kviečia Sugihara witnessed refugee arrival to Lithuania since the very first day. He saw everything. I'm sure that the autumn 1939 was among the main reasons that helped Sugihara to make a decision and direct actions to help those refugees. At this time, there were some road changes. Instead of reaching Odessa, refugees had to use a long road: Kaunas, Moscow, Vladivostok, Suruga. Moving back to opportunity. It is clear that the role of Lithuania in the rescue story is crucial. We know already that the rescue story was not 5 or 6 weeks long in summer 1940. Instead of it, it lasted from September 1939 to spring 1941. By the way, this is in the title of this conference, those dates. We have to understand that to save those refugees, everyone had to play their part since September 1939. The Republic of Lithuania has been assisting and caring for refugees for 9 months. And despite the fact that the Lithuania was counting its last months of statehood, it played its exceptionally significant role very well. In one of his interviews, Timothy Snyder, speaking about the Holocaust and the rule of law, had observed, quote, "In practice, this means that it's possible for Germany to massively kill Jews only when it destroys other states and announces that their legal system is no longer valid. In terms of the local level, if the most important laws, say the law of property, are no longer functioning, then stealing from Jew is no longer theft. However, massacres of such a scale, killing thousands, being only in a wartime society where the law no longer has its power." End of quote. So, the supremacy of the state and its laws is a critical moment, become a lifeline of civilization that can provide safety against destruction, and vice versa. Loss of statehood, occupation by the totalitarian regime, and war, when dehumanization becomes the norm, open the gate to hell, when anything, even the most horrible acts, can become everyday phenomena. Keeping this in mind, it becomes clear that without the positive and highly important decisions made by Lithuania in September-October 1939, without its policy concerning the refugees, without Japanese consul, the story would be not happy ending. The world is very different today from 1939, and yet it is very similar. We're still witnessing wars that sound horrible today, and refugees. But on the other hand, we have examples like this rescue story that show the empathy and a willingness to help can always overcome even the greatest challenges. Thanks to the acceptance policy by Lithuanian Republic and all this long-term assistance, thanks to transit visas issued by Sugihara, thousands of people have been saved. The price of human life is a moral issue and a historical concept, and both are worth risking and fighting. I was thinking what would happen if refugees back in 1939 had internet or cell phones. What if they could show the world what is happening in Poland being occupied by Nazis and Soviets? Would it change anything? Honestly, I could not find a positive answer. I'm afraid nothing would be changed, because the right answer is not in the communication sources. The right answer is within us. We have it inside, and it depends on our level of empathy, whether we can still be empathic. Back to long-term benefits. Lithuania is trying slowly to use the refugee story to show the final months of the Republic of Lithuania in a different light. It is important to incorporate the assisting and taking care of refugees story into a new approach to the World War II history narrative. Today, the refugee story, the visas for life, is an example of heroism for Japan and is an example of heroism in Lithuania. We create and recreate heroes every time we speak, write, or read about them. Heroes are constructed. Similar is history. States and nations usually lack this sense of righteousness. And we need heroic examples to avoid mistakes in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Simonas Streltsovas. Thank you for opening the conference with the indeed inspiring presentation. Would be any questions from the audience? Still, yes, please, Professor.
I have a just comment that it's when refugees came from Poland, it's the Lithuanian government supported the refugees a lot, very big contribution. Without those contributions, refugees cannot alive. So now I once more strengthen that the Lithuanian contribution for refugees, once more we have to watch and think and evaluate the Lithuanian activities. I believe so. It's just my comment.
Absolutely agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. So most probably it's an idea for the new conference. We'll hope to follow it. The floor is yours, Professor.
Yes, thanks for inviting me to this excellent conference. It is my great pleasure to give a presentation. At first, please watch this photo. This photo is very close to my university in Nagoya. Japan. It's Nagoya is a city of Toyota. There is a newly established the Sugihara Square in 2018. At that time, it's Dr. Streltsovas also came to here and celebrated openings. So it's in Japan, especially in Nagoya region, Sugihara was a very important person. So I want to introduce a bit about the Sugihara's affairs. But at first, it's how to move it. This. I'd like to talk a bit about what Lithuanian helped, but already Dr. Streltsovas told a lot about that, so I just omit this one and go ahead. So it's refugees came to Lithuania, and Lithuanians support refugees a lot. But in summer 1940, Lithuania was under the Soviet control. And if the refugees couldn't leave Lithuania up to the end of 1940, they had to become a Soviet citizen. But in the Soviet Union, there were no freedom of religion. So in the Soviet Union, communism was the only religion. So refugees who couldn't accept the Soviet regime, such as Jewish rabbis and yeshiva students, wished to immigrate to other countries and asked diplomatic missions in Kaunas to issue visas. However, unfortunately, there was no state who receiving refugees during the Second World War. So those refugees also visited Japanese legation in the middle of July and asked to issue the Japanese visas. But again said that the Japanese government also refused to issue entrance visa or permanent visas too. So at that time, Council Sugihara, Chune Sugihara, shows the refugees conditions for issuing a Japanese transit visas. There's two conditions. One, A, is hold a visa for his or her final destination. And B, is the tickets and the travel expense for the final destination. Those two conditions is necessary. But either of them, refugees had. So refugees visited Dutch consul Jan Zwartendijk, and he issued Curaçao visa. That Curaçao visa was a permission for entering Curaçao and the Dutch West Indies without permission for refugees, and condition A was cleared. And this is Sugihara, and this is the Zwartendijk. And Jewish refugees, but the second condition is more important, is money. It's Jewish refugees need a fund to leave from Lithuania to Japan. And American, it's a Jewish Joint Distribution Committee, New York, raised funds in the United States and supported Jews in the German-occupied Europe. And at that time, the JDC delegation in Lithuania, his name is Moses Beckerman, would have promised more than 1,000 refugees who didn't have money to arrange the travel expense. So then condition B is cleared. So Sugihara decided issuing a transit visas late in July. In August 1940, but the other difficult condition has happened in Lithuania. The process of nationalization has begun. And JDC bank account, or let's say deposit box in the Centralis Jude Bankas, it's a central Jewish bank in Kaunas, was frozen by Stalin. So Beckerman couldn't withdraw the fund from his account, so he cannot support Jews. Refugees received few support from the authority in August, already transferred the power to the Soviet Union. The JDC New York gave up the support, and unfortunately, Beckerman received Japanese transit visa from Sugihara on 17th of August to withdraw his office from Vilnius. His office, Beckerman's office, was in Vilnius. So he had to think that he cannot support any more Jews in Lithuania. He had to left to United States. So this is it's Sugihara's refugee list. He issued in February 1941. He issued. It is written that it's 2,140 visas. And here is list number 8,890. Was only one American issued American visas. It's a Beckerman. And it's Beckerman, normal refugees paid only 2 liters, but Beckerman paid 10 liters, 5 times bigger amount, because he was not refugee. And this face is Beckerman. Huh? Yes, it's Beckerman negotiated in Moscow with the People's Commissary of Trade and Economics, in cooperation with the US ambassador in September, and he succeeded to defrost the account and to make those refugees leave from USSR to Japan. But at that time, Soviet Union showed a condition to give a permission. It's pay $170 US each for a Trans-Siberian railway ticket. This is a higher tourist rate. Its normal ticket is very cheap, but for only special dollars, foreigners rate, maybe says, is very expensive. And of course, refugees, they didn't have such kind of money, so Beckerman asked New York to raise funds for refugees. And the United States, at that time, one more difficulty is that United took an economic sanction against the Soviet Union. Immediately after the Winter War. It's a Soviet-Finnish war in 1939 to 1940. So in August 1940, Lithuania became a part of the USSR. So United States prohibited to send support to either Lithuania. So JGC cannot send a remittance either. But another Jewish organization in United States called Bad Hahazara, Jewish Orthodox Rescue Committee, it continuously supported in Lithuania against U.S. sanction. The U.S. Jewish organizations negotiated with the American government and removed ban in November 1940. Oh, sorry. Yes. And Jewish refugees, they left from Lithuania to Japan is two kinds of refugees. One is 1/3 of the group is rich refugees. They departed Kaunas in September, and nothing happened. They arrived in Japan in October and November 1940. But poor refugees, it's such as yeshiva students, rabbis and their families, and other refugees, 1,500, 600, departed with Japanese visas between December 1940 and the end of February 1941. Some of them were refused entering Japan because of the lack of travel expense or false visas. I will show you now the false visas. You see, I found Lithuanian Special Archives in Vilnius. There's a real Sugihara visa on the left side. But right side, there is a false Sugihara visa. There are more than 40 false visas in the Lithuanian archives. And I found this is one kind of false visa. And here's a different kind of two different kind of false visas. And the other one is I found in Lithuanian National Archives. So anyhow, there are a lot of false visas, but it's a Japanese immigration office. They immediately identified that this was a false. So those refugees, they had a false visa. They couldn't enter to Japan. So, but anyhow, it's spring 1941, more than 1,500 refugees arrived to Kobe. But again, it was happened that American Jewish organization, JDC, supported their living expense, obtained visas to United States or Canada, and paid their ticket. At that time, it's once more I'd like to say that the Japanese Holiness Church supported those Jewish refugees. And one famous man, Setsuzo Kotsuji, he was a Reformed Presbyterian and later converted to Judaism, helped extending their visas. Oh, this is photos that Kobe Holiness Church distributed among refugees. And it's more pity things that it's end of July in 1941, Japan started to invade southern French Indochina. And beginning of August, United States carried out embargo on oil export and stopped any remittance to Japan. And in August, most of US citizens left Japan. So 1,100 Jewish refugees were isolated in Japan, and they cannot get any help from America and Japanese government. Japanese government thought that some of refugees would be Soviet spy. So they are very much afraid that the Soviet spies is staying in Japan. So Japanese government deported those refugees to Shanghai in August 1941. And the end of the 1941, the Pacific War broke out. So most of the Jewish refugees were isolated in Shanghai up to the end of the Second World War. Oh, sorry that it's too, I have to tell quickly. The final result, it's, you see, immigration from Lithuania to Japan is almost 2,000 to 2,200. It came to Japan. And 1/3 of them was rich. Their travel expense paid by themselves. And 1/3 is it's yeshiva student, rabbi, and their families, and 1/3 is other Jewish refugees. And the U.S. Jewish funds supported 2/3 of refugees. And their expenditure is two organizations. One is a JDC, is a $175,000, and Bad Hazar, another Jewish organization, supported $97,000. Total $270,000. It's each refugees paid $194. So it's and finally it's 1,000 to 1,010 left from Japan to United States, Canada, Palestine, and other countries, and 1,100 were deported and stayed in Shanghai. It was, but anyhow, those, it's Lithuanian supported Jewish refugees, and Sugihara supported, and American Jewish supported. Then they luckily arrived during the Second World War. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Professor Inaba. Any questions from the audience? Yes, please. I think Professor Streikus was the first.
Thank you for your presentation, very interesting and detailed on. I would like to ask about those falsified visas. Is it known who were those forgers of these documents and how many of them there were?
It's maybe later the Polish scholar will explain who made such kind of false visas, but it's, I just want to say that more than altogether maybe 80 false visas in the special archives. And I'm not sure how many in the Lithuanian National Archives, but anyhow, I believe that more than 200 visas false visas were issued and kept by refugees, I believe. I cannot say exact number, but maybe so.
Thank you, Professor. I think it was Simona Streltsovas. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question from our listeners from YouTube, from Debbie Wiener. Can I ask you if there is a list of those deported from Kobe to Shanghai?
I cannot listen.
If there is a list of those deported from Kobe to Shanghai?
If there is a list.
A list
of people who
not in Japan, but there should be the list in the United States, JDC archives. There should be some kind of list, but I couldn't find yet. Sorry.
Okay. And second question from me, where did you find false visas? In which file or fonts? In Lithuanian Special Archives, because I'm also looking for this kind of visas and maybe will be healthier for me. And the second question from me is much more commentary than question. You talked about US Jewish funds supported refugees, but we also must remember about Jewish Labor Committee, which supported 1/3 refugees from Zionist and Bundist movement. Thank you.
Yes, it's the second question I would like to talk that it's in United States there are a lot of organizations supported Jewish refugees in Lithuania, but it's mainly those funds. It's a concentrated fund in the Joint Distribution Committee. So, Bunds, it's a fighting labor organization. It's also raised the fund, but sent them to the JDC, and JDC sent them to Lithuania. So I don't know how much it's Bund raised the money, but anyhow, a lot of amount of Bunds sent money to Lithuania via JDC. And first question I couldn't listen well.
Where did you find exactly in the archive?
Oh, yes. I will show you later that it's there in my PC. There is exact files. Yes.
As far as I remember, there was another question. There was another question. I'm mistaken. Yes, please.
If we still have time, Linas Venslauskas, Vytautas Magnus University and Sugihara Diplomats for Life Foundation. So thank you for this kind of presentation, which is very important. To my mind, it is still under research, the JDC part in this saving operation, let's say. And one question would be, they were collecting money, sending to Beckelman, and whether have you find any instructions who should be among the first who were saved? Because there were a lot of people waiting in the line, so it was kind of lottery as well. So did JDC give some instruction, for example, it is especially important to save these people, or just it was Beckelman's and his team decision who to give the money?
See, it's also very important question that it's a Jewish organization or a Jewish family who want to rescue exact person who want to rescue. The American family paid for him or for her. It's an exact person. So it's Beckerman have to accept to whom distributes that money. So it's I expected that it's Jewish millionaires or billionaires supported the Joint Distribution Committee, but not. It's a Jewish millionaire. They didn't pay a lot. Normal Jewish immigrants, it's 3 million immigrants in United States, they supported the Jewish refugees. But it's again says not the whole refugees, but some exact person they want to help. So Beckerman was very difficult to distribute the money, who is that and who is that. So those kind of things I have found in the JDC archives in New York.
Thank you, Professor. Any questions more? As I see no. Using my position, may I ask a very short question for you, Professor? How the false visas were recognized? What kind of features were false, not so good that they were checked?
Yes. You see, for example, this is a real stamp. Mm-hmm. But this, it's I cannot read. This is something broken.
I see.
The character is something wrong. Maybe it's made by potato. I'm not sure, but.
Thank you very much. So it seems the old story, the stamp was false, as always. Thank you, dear Professor.
Listening.
So we are proceeding to our last report before coffee break, and this report will be virtually. Professor Rotem Kovner from University of Haifa, Israel, is joining us, and his report will be on the life-saving visa issuance in 1940 Kaunas. Can we form a single narrative? Dear Professor, the floor is yours. I hope that we will successfully manage to join.
Good.
Yes.
I'm the first one speaking using Zoom. So do you hear me? Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so I can start. Ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Ozaki, Rector of Vilnius University, Professor Petrauskas, Vice Minister Melnunas, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. For this invitation. I've been involved in this research for the last 10 years. Several conferences and workshops in several countries with many of the colleagues who attended today this conference. I have learned a lot from you and from the research you have made. And I think we are about time to establish a unified and correct version of what happened in Kaunas. So I don't have a single answer, but I would try to give some lead, to provide some leads to the way we should approach this story. And it's a complex story, no doubt. So the question is, in fact, what happened, what really happened in Kaunas in summer 1940? First, we need to understand the refugees, to understand what are they doing there, where did they come from, what risks did they face. We need a long, several hours to explain all of it, so I will not start with the complete explanation, but I will give several versions about this story. In my opinion, the main questions are from whom and why the refugees wished to leave Lithuania at that time, who led their departure, what was the role of Sugihara, because it's the main story today, but of course the story is more complex than a single person, how many refugees departed, and what were the implications of the visa issuance on Consul Sugihara himself, because this is also part of the post-war story. Now there is a certain common, I would call it a common version, which you can find in Wikipedia. We can find it in the museums about Sugihara or in the entire story. You also can find it in Yad Vashem in different ways. And the story goes like that. I would tell it very briefly. One morning, summer 1940, the Japanese vice consul Sugihara Chiune wakes up and he sees hundreds of refugees crying. They all are afraid of German invasion, and they beg for a visa. He Sugihara himself doesn't know exactly what to do. He sent a message to the Japanese Foreign Office. The Foreign Office does not reply or hesitate to reply, and eventually Sugihara takes the decision, what is often called the ketsudan, the crucial decision to issue visas by himself. And then they immediately leave, go to Japan, and save their life. Well, that's the common version. But as all of us know, this version is quite wrong. Some would say even completely wrong. And we already have bits and different bits of another story. So what is the other story? The other story is complex. And I would offer several ways to explore the true story that we already had, and all of us know some parts of it. There is, first of all, the angle of the rescuers, those who issued the visa. In this case, we are mainly talking about Japanese, but of course the story is more complex than that side alone. Then there is the angle, the perspective of the rescued, those refugees who received the visa and saved their life. And there is the angle, the perspective of the third-party participants, I mean all the other countries that were involved, Lithuania, Poland, the Soviet Union, and also Germany. Nazi Germany was involved in this story in some ways. So I will briefly, because time is limited, tell the perspective of each of them. So among the rescuers, and I'm saying here rescuer because at that time nobody talked about rescue, and this is only in retrospect we call them rescuers. Anyway, the visa issuers, there are here several versions. The most important version is Sugihara Chiune's own version. He gave several testimonies. The most important one is from 1967, and in that version, he mentioned Jews only once in 12 pages. And he wrote there that about a third of the refugees were Jews. Well, through the years, he changed his versions several times, but there are several issues that remain there. One of the main things that they were escaping Germany, that suddenly they come, and that he decided by himself to issue the visas. Okay. Even more important version is the version of Sugihara Yukiko, Chiune's wife, who wrote her first book in 1990 and later had a second and third version, and the book was translated to several languages, and that was probably the most important text to shape the story of Sugihara. And Sugihara Yukiko, I will call her in this way, Yukiko's version is that she woke up in the morning with her husband. Hundreds of people were crying outside. They were escaping Germans. They were poor, miserable, and she could not, she had to obey her humanitarian instinct. She forced her husband, pressured him, and eventually he decided against the view of the ministry, and while risking his career, to issue visas. Okay. Another version of it, and I will come back later to these pictures, is already the way the Sugihara couple is processed, and probably the most influential is the film Persona non grata from 2015, that basically tells the story of Yukiko, and with some additions. Well, the refugees are escaping Germany. There is a decision here to make, which involves a lot of risk. The decision is because the refugees are going to lose their life soon. So let's see one very short scene from that film.
Central, let me introduce this man to you. He's my cousin, Chaim Rosenthal. Hello. Sit here. They fled here from Warsaw. From Poland? Yes. Their house was burnt down in one of the German air raids.
And my daughter's husband was killed fighting the Germans. I fled with my daughter and her daughter, but we were arrested by German soldiers. We were held inside an abandoned warehouse with other Jews.
Well, it's quite a grim scene, so I will save you from this. But anyway, the film placed a lot of emphasis on the knowledge of German atrocities and the decision to help the refugees, and in that way to save their life. The last version of the rescuers is the Japanese Foreign Ministry archive. And when we look at the cables sent by Sugihara and sent to Sugihara, it's quite different from what we find in the Sugihara Chiune's version. It's completely different from Yukiko's version. In fact, the ministry never opposed issuing visas. The only thing that was told, the Sugihara was told that keep the regulations. It means check that they have the end visas, check that they have the money. And in fact, Sugihara never sent any message about hundreds or thousands of refugees, but continuously send messages about single refugee with minor problem. So completely the whole story of going against the ministry is not, at least we cannot find any proof for it. So when we look at all these several testimonies or perspective, we can make that in at least the version, if we can unify the issuers, the visa issuers version. So first of all, the refugees are safe from the German. Second, Sugihara is the main protagonist in the rescue. Third, Sugihara is proactive. He is moving the things. And fourth, Sugihara was fired eventually because of his action. So he really took risk. Okay. There's another cluster of perspective is the rescued, or those who received the visas, mainly the refugees, namely Jews, although not all the refugees were Jews, but most of those who received visas were Jews. This is correct. So we have several testimony. The most important one was written by a lawyer called Zera Vahaptik. He was a Zionist functionary in Warsaw, and he was one of the guys who moved the whole affair of visas, and he wrote a very detailed book about his experience. He kept all the documents, and I think there is nothing close, at least from any personal point of view, close to his book. His book was translated to, written in Hebrew and translated to English and Japanese. Another cluster of visas is the Mir Yeshiva's version, about 400 students who left together, about 300, sorry, that left to Japan, and they wrote during and after, during the 50s, 60s, 70s, a lot of their memories and memoirs, and they tell a very clear story. Another important source is the JDC, the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee, as Professor Inaba has just told us, and there is hundreds, if not thousands, of documents about this affair from the viewpoint of the JDC and its representative in Japan, in Lithuania. So in general, if I can summarize their view, they were afraid of the Soviets. There was no any immediate risk to their life, in as much as even half a year after they received the visa, some of them are hesitated to leave. Who knows what's going on there in Japan? It's so far away, it's better to stay in Lithuania. The refugees were proactive. They were the one who moved and pushed everything. And in their viewpoint, Sugihara was only one of many protagonists to help them. In fact, in many of the memories in the 50s, 60s, they don't even remember his name. There were so many other gates to pass to accomplish their departure. Another important cluster is the third-party country, and there were several countries involved. I will be very brief here, just saying that the case of Lithuania, who helped the Jews, the refugees at that time, but at the same time wanted them to leave. And already several months earlier, there were discussions between Lithuanian representatives and Soviet representatives about their departure, which was very important for their departure. All this can be found in Lithuanian archives. Polish version is also very important because Poland was the country where most of the refugees, about 94%, came from. So Poland was involved in underground activities, which Sugihara was used. And in fact, that was the main reason he was there, to provide intelligence to Japan while using Polish agents. Some of the people who left to Japan were Poles, his collaborators. So this is an important aspect of the departure. And also, once the refugees arrived to Japan, they were helped by the Polish representative, Ambassador Romer. So this is an important aspect of the story. Another one is Nazi Germany's version. And when we look at the archives, Nazi Germany doesn't care about the refugees because at that time, in 1940, Nazi Germany wanted Jews to live, did not, while persecuting a few. Mainly, Nazi Germany wanted them to live. In 1940, there is the whole affair of the Madagascar plan, allowing Jews to live for Madagascar. So in fact, anyone who helped Jews to live was, in fact, somebody that could get a medal from Germany at that time. So Germany and German representative in Lithuania that did not care about the refugees. They cared about the espionage activity of Sugihara. That was something that they were bothered about. Eventually, the most important part is the Soviet version, and in recent years we have more and more testimonies about the Soviet view of the refugees, and the Soviet Union wanted the refugees to live for whatever reasons, which I cannot get into at this stage, but the Soviet desire to let the refugees to live was essential for their departure. So, if I summarize these versions, Lithuania was interested in the refugees' departure, which is important, and helped them. Soviet Union was even more interested and was crucial for the whole affair of the rescue or departure, and Germany did not prevent them to leave or did not exert any pressure about it. So, in fact, when we look at so many stories, so many versions, you may argue this is like a kind of Rashomon effect. The story, the Japanese story of Akutagawa that became a famous movie of different eyewitnesses that have a different version. But no, these versions, in fact, can be integrated together, in my view. So what prevents us until now from see a unified version, and I will offer it in the end? There are several reasons for false narratives in general. One is that people often lack historical knowledge. I'm not talking about historians, but often those who dealt with this story were not historians. I will give you a few examples. Look at this Japanese program from 1991, beginning of the fame of this. I mean, beginning of the story in Japan. 1 year after Yukiko's book publication. Look at this, the way it is presented.
第二次世界大戦前のヨーロッパの地図なんですけれども、この第二次世界大戦というのはドイツ軍がポーランドに侵攻したこと、侵攻したことで始まりました。で、東南人はこのドイツを逃れてリトアニア。
Well, what we see here is an explanation about the beginning of World War II, and Germany, it's so explained, invaded Poland and later France, and later the Netherlands and France. One thing is missing in this map. What is missing? The Soviet Union. Where is the Soviet Union? The one we see today invading Ukraine, and in 1939, 16 days after Germany, the Soviet Union invaded Poland. At that stage, the Soviet Union was culprit exactly as Germany, as Nazi Germany. It is completely forgotten from most of the stories. Now, another example of lack of knowledge is this book. Look at this book, Women of the Resistance, 8 who defied the Third Reich. I look at this book, and amazingly, who is one of the 8 women? Yukiko Sugihara, who defied Germany. How could Yukiko Sugihara defy Germany in 1940 when the Holocaust is actually hadn't started yet, when there is no any Germans in Lithuania? How is Yukiko Sugihara defied the Third Reich? It's again a problem of historical knowledge. Another issue is anachronism. In history, we call anachronism that we get the perspective of the past based on the perspective of the present. What do I mean? That in fact, we know that in summer 1941, almost 10 months later, Germany invaded eventually to Lithuania, and tens of thousands of Jews were slaughtered. But during summer 1940, nobody knew that. Look at this piece of paper from a Hebrew newspaper from Palestine in January 1941, half year after the affair. And what do they talk about? The immigration from East Europe continues. This is the story of the refugees arriving to Kobe. And they never use the word escape or flight. They either use the word departure or immigration, because at that time they did not think about rescue, because there was nothing to be rescued from. So we are often struck by anachronism. There is another issue, which is in history, we can call it departmentalization, that each of us deals with one aspect: the Lithuanian archives, the Soviet perspective. Some of us deal with questions of money or visas, but the story is wider, and we have to integrate the entire angles of it. Another one, which probably the most problematic, is the fear of the myth. Today, the myth of Sugihara, the importance given to this rescued, is so big. There are so many museums and so many monuments that it's already difficult for us to tell another story. Some of you already confided to me that you don't want to deal with it. I mean, it's too big. At the same time, I believe that it's important for us to tell a story that we believe in, a story which is true, at least according to the sources we have, because this story cannot be abused, cannot be misused. And in fact, this is the role of historians, to tell what happened. So I will offer a very basic narrative that we may discuss later. And in my view, it is a more correct narrative. So can we agree about a unified version? So what will it be, this unified version? First of all, the refugees wanted to leave Lithuania because of fear of the Soviet Union. And this is you can find it in all their writings at that time, not 30, 40 years later. And especially it gets stronger in June 1940, once the Soviet Union invaded Lithuania and took over Lithuania. There was no way that Zionist, religious people, capitalists could live under the Soviet Union at that time. That was the main reason they wanted to leave. Second, there was no any immediate or known risk to their life. So some of them hesitated either to ask for visa or even use the visa they had. But eventually, we know today that there was a risk, but neither those who asked for the visa nor those who granted it knew at that time about this possibility. Third, there was no opposition in Japan to the issuance of the visas. And the last one, Sugihara was one of many players in the rescue. All of them were important. And I think in this way, we can accommodate many good people and many good government, at least at that stage, and it just make the story even better, more educative, more correct, and more true. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Professor, for trying to put the story, indeed a complex story, together and for searching the truth. Are there any questions in the audience? Yes, please, Dr. Simonas.
It's a big pleasure. Unfortunately, you are not with us here in Vilnius, but still, it's a big pleasure to see your face and to hear your ideas. My question is some kind of a jumping from who and where to the how many. For many years, we have heard different numbers of refugees. I mean, 10,000. Later, we stuck with the 6,000. Today, Professor Naba was talking about 2,200 based on the list of Sugihara. Any comments of you regarding the how many of refugees were rescued? Thank you.
Thank you, Simonas, for this question and invitation. I think the question of number is the least important, but it's still an interesting question. The number which is important is how many arrived to Japan. And the number that Professor Inaba has used, as mentioned, is correct. It's about between 2,000 to 2,200. That's the number we have. And all the other numbers, I know how they appeared and what were the motives, but they're incorrect. So it's not important how many visas were issued, but how many people left based on that visas. So we're talking about a little more than 2,000. This is a big number anyway.
Thank you, Professor. I see the hand raised by Professor Olga Barbasevich, and a very short question. Professor, please.
Sorry. Oops. Thank you very much. I would like to congratulate Professor Kovner his speech. I totally agree with the broad story. We have to focus on not only on single sources, but I will proceed towards it during my presentation. What I would like to say is that if we talk about the exact numbers, and I totally agree with Professor Kovner and what Simona Strecovas also asked. In Polish sources, we have exact number, 2,185 people, but this is what Polish diplomacy has stated in the official papers just established during the war, so during the whole refuge or immigration time. So I would like to be just more precise here. But as I said, like, it's not about the numbers. It's about the action that just combined all the diplomats, and not only diplomats, but regular people in the governments who helped to immigrate those people. So sorry for this brief comment, and once again, congrats.
Thank you for your comment. So now I believe that I am very pleased to invite everyone to a coffee break, and dear Professor, you're also welcome virtually to join us for a coffee. We are coming back after 15 minutes to 12. The conference will be resumed by another presentations, and now please all enjoy coffee and cakes. We are resuming our conference, coming back with the next part of the 3 presentations, which will take place before lunch. I also wanted to say, which I forgot to do it at the very beginning, that the conference will be finalized by the publications, so every one of us will be able to read again what we have listened, and all the presenters will be called by the organizers for the list to send. So the first report in this afternoon session is by Dr. Martina Rushiniak-Karvat from Institute of Political Studies, Polish Academy of Science. And Dr. Martina will talk about forgers of Sugihara's visa. Here you are. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, thank you very much for the invitation to this conference. It's a great honor for me to be here and to present my preliminary findings regarding forged Sugihara visas and the counterfeiters involved in the process of forging them. We know that obtaining a Sugihara visa was not dangerous if one managed to get one before the Japanese vice consul left Lithuania, that is before September 4th, 1940. However, the next stage, obtaining a transit visa from the Soviet authorities to cross the Soviet Union, was more difficult and could come to a tragic end, including arrest. For this reason, a number of individuals also decided to obtain a forged transit visa. Some documents were only partially forged. Most, however, were forged in their entirety, starting with the name through the personal information to the embassy stamps on them. Only the photograph was real, that is, it showed the person or persons for whom the documents were issued. The accounts of surviving Sugihara travelers mention that some of the survivors left using false papers, but there is no information as to how and from whom they obtained them, or at what cost. Also, none of the people I know of who left on a forged visa described how they had obtained it and how much they had paid for it, or if they paid at all. Either they did not want to talk about it, or years later it no longer mattered to them whether the visa that had saved them from the Holocaust was authentic or not, especially since it was the first of the documents they had to obtain in order to leave Lithuania, but not the last. During my presentation, I would like to focus on the groups involved in forging documents, and I will try to introduce some individuals who were involved in the process. One of the groups involved in visa forgery was the Polish underground in Vilnius. As we know, for instance, from the films Persona non grata by Selin Glik and Visas for Life by Andrzej Miłosz and Piotr Weichert, as well as the academic publications from Professor Ewa Pała-Śródkowska. When making the rubber stamp for Sugihara, someone from Polish intelligence, probably Leszek Daszkiewicz, known as Jan Pesz, ordered 2 copies of the stamp. As Stefan Dzierżek, a former member of the Home Army in Vilnius, recalled, I quote, "The underground organization has its men, a former Polish army officer, working in the stamp shop in Kaunas. When Sugihara ordered a Japanese stamp, our organization got one too." End of quotation. This allowed people who did not manage to get Japanese visa from Sugihara to obtain them. Menachem Schumert had such a visa. They were dated to the summer of 1940, a period when Sugihara was also issuing visas. At the same time, the forgers' task was made easier by the fact that they were in possession of blank pre-war documents. As Dzierżek recalled, nobody knew the Japanese language. Nobody could read Japanese characters. We hope that the Russians didn't know the language either. The end of quotation. The information was filled in by Kiałka. Many years later, his wife, Wanda Kiałka, recalled, My husband had great patience. He learned to copy all the swirls, curls, dots, and swoops. He was the only one who could issue visas, signed documents. The end of quotation. We don't know how many such visas were issued by members of the underground and to whom. As Irena Jaszońska, a member of socialist organization, that is of Zukunft and later of Bund, who survived the war in Vilnius, recalled years later. False documents were issued by the Polish underground. All political groups had some kind of contacts with it. These documents saved the lives of many people. Another group of counterfeiters consisted of individuals, people who partially forged visas by themselves using already existing authentic documents. It is reasonable to assume that not a lot of people took advantage of this option. We know that while some failed to obtain even a single Sugihara visa, others had as many as two. One with their real name and one with the false name. One example was Boruch Schäffner. He had two visas, one for his own name, Boruch Schäffner, and second one like Isaac Broide. Once they decided on which one to use, some holders of double papers gave the extra one away to a trusted friend so that it would not go to waste. This was the case with Bund members. Jonia Fine, a Bundist and an artist, did not manage to obtain a visa for himself and his wife Nehama Fine. As he recalled, I quote, "So I tried to get visa, but the consul didn't. The honorary consulate was closed and I couldn't get a visa. But I found out from my friends from the socialist movement, from the Bund, that many had 2 and 3 visas so they could share them with other people. So I got a visa, but the visa didn't have my name, didn't have my photograph. So since I am an artist, I put it another photograph. I forged the stamp. And my father was a physicist, so he created a chemical mixture and we took out the old name and put in my name and the name of my first wife. And that allowed us to go through Russia to Japan." The end of quotation. As Fine noted in his memoirs, everything in his passport was false except his photograph and his name. In Japan, Fine and his wife failed to obtain a destination visa to America. They spent the war in Shanghai whence they emigrated to Mexico in 1947. The third group of forgers, which I will focus on now, were those for whom forgery was a way to make money. They produced false documents when all the consulates in Kaunas were already closed. Consulates where refugees from Poland, mainly Jews, could obtain documents to leave and escape the German and Soviet occupiers. Unfortunately, I have not been able to locate the people who left on visas purchased from this group. We don't know how many people managed to live using documents forged by this group of counterfeiters. Moreover, we can also ask why anyone would want to obtain documents forged at the end of 1940 or the beginning of 1941 at any cost. After all, they were antedated, the date being before September 1940, and therefore long expired. In addition, producing false documents was expensive and those involved in making them risked being arrested by the NKVD. In light of my research to date, I can say that many people were involved in forging visas. It was so common that at the end of 1940, the local NKVD became interested in tracking these undertakings. There are several files in the Lithuanian Special Archives describing investigation into visa forgery, including under the code names fabrikanty, producers, visa or falsifikatory, counterfeiters, as well as several reports from the interrogation of arrested falsifiers. These documents also provide us with information about the forgers. Initially, the NKVD was working to pin down 4 groups made up of a total of 17 people. The first one, Fabricanti, initially consisted of 6 people. The second, Falsificatori, involved 4 Poles. The third consisted of 4 people, 3 Poles and 1 Jew, a resident of Kaunas. The fourth and last consisted of 3 people and mainly dealt in the sale of false documents. Some of the forgers, most of whom were Poles and Polish Jews, were arrested in February and March 1941, after the criminal group has been successfully worked out. The records indicate that each group member was responsible for a different stage of the forgery process. Thus, blank visa forms were found on some people, while partially filled out forms were found on others, while others yet had tracing paper with a stamp including Sugihara's handwriting traced on it. In total, 138 false documents, 120 issued for Jews and 18 for Poles, were found on the 13 arrested members of the one groups. Out of this number, 49 were genuine documents with forged visas. Mostly, however, entire documents were forged, including the stamps of other offices and consulates. The NKVD arrested 8 members of the Fabricanti group, although it had initially kept tabs on 6. The name of these people probably won't tell us much. We can ask ourselves, where did they come from and who were they? Let's take a look at the group of 13 people arrested as part of case number 37504. They were accused of involvement in the forgery and sale of false documents. As I mentioned, everyone in the group was assigned a specific task. Some people were involved in forging documents. The group included a lithographer, Hirsch Eisenstadt, born and living in Vilnius, who had copied a stamp on a lithographic stone and also put Japanese stamps on documents. Jan Raczko, a refugee from eastern Poland, was responsible for calligraphy. He filled in the personal information and forged the signature of the English consul in Kaunas, Thomas Preston. As far as Chaim Perec Gołąb was concerned, he was responsible for providing blank certificate forms. The group also included individuals whose homes were used to store the documents and various stamps and materials. Another subgroup organized the logistic of their operation, that is, transferring documents between forgers who then executed their appointed stage in the process. The largest group were the middlemen who brought in customers, collected orders, and distributed the ready documents. Most of these were refugees, mainly from Warsaw, who had come to Vilnius just after the outbreak of war. They had connections among refugees, which allowed them to bring in buyers, most of them going involved in procuring false papers to earn their living in Vilnius, by then overcrowded with refugees and offering few job prospects. During one of the interrogations, an NKVD officer asked Hirsch Turov about his motives for joining the forgers. Turov replied, I quote, I prepared false certificates for 2 reasons. 1, to give rabbis, salesmen, merchants, and the like the opportunity to leave the Lithuanian Soviet Republic for America or Palestine. When getting Eisenstadt involved in the making of false certificates, I also taught him that the certificates were needed by rabbis and other Polish emigres who wanted to leave Lithuania. By Polish emigres, I meant salesmen and merchants. I also wanted to go to America, so I wanted to make some money. The end of quotation. Most of the forgers were 40 to 50 years old and had families to support. The oldest among them was Hirsch Eisenstadt, a lithographer from Vilnius, born in 1873. One of the youngest members of the group and the only woman in in it was Monika Michnowicz, a student born in 1919. It was in her apartment that the felt stamp and other materials were kept. It should be added that for safety reasons, these individuals did not know all the people involved in the forgery ring. According to a special communique of the People's Commissar of the Interior issued on March 10, 1941, 492 false documents were confiscated and 94 people were arrested in connection with the forgery and distribution of documents, including 81 Jews, 9 Poles, 3 Lithuanians and 1 Czech. Only 47 of them pleaded guilty. To conclude, I would like to add that one of my academic research areas focuses on the fate of Bund members who emigrated from Europe via Lithuania during Second World War, thanks to Japanese visas. During my research, I compared a list of Bundis who found themselves in the United States and Canada in 1941 thanks to Sugihara visas, and a list of Bundis who found themselves in Shanghai in 1941. Let this partial research also serve as an indication of the number of people who left Lithuania on genuine and false Sugihara visas. According to my findings, out of 180 visas, about 130 were genuine and they are on the Sugihara list. About 200 people left on these authentic visas. The other 50 or so documents issued for at least 100 people were either genuine Sugihara visas issued on a certificate with a false name or false visas. So we see that both genuine and forged visas for just one group increased the number of survivors by about 1/3. As Menachem Schumert, who survived thanks to false visa, noted in Visas for Life, I quote, "I never met Sugihara. I had a false Japanese visa. If it weren't for Sugihara, who issued genuine visas, other visas couldn't be forged and the lives of at least 6,000 people wouldn't be saved." The end of quotation. Techniques varied. Forgers came from different backgrounds, but the goal was always the same: to get out of occupied Europe. Maybe someone who listens to my presentation knows another stories of people who left on Sugihara false visas. Maybe someone knows the name of the forgers. If anyone would like to share them with me, I would be very grateful. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Martina. So please, the audience, do you have any questions about the illuminating story or the forgery of the life visas? Yes, Dr. Simonas, proszę, please.
Thank you very much, Martina, for your presentation. My question is regarding the, it sounds like a multinational conglomerate, let's say, of the forgers. You mentioned Jews, Poles, even the Czech and Lithuanian. So, any idea how those people found each other? I mean, through the Polish underground movement, probably, or any other sources?
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure if it was through Polish underground movement, but if I read documents from special archives, I found Jan Raczko knew Eisenstadt, and he took him to this group, and Eisenstadt gave another person, and this is like a forger's ring, yes. And but some people knows before the war, it's much more easier to get something together, like from the same factory and business from Warsaw, for example. They trusted each other.
Yes, of course. Inabasan.
I'm also very much interested in the false visas, but it's in special archives. Those documents was the person who were arrested by the NKVD, no?
Arrested, yes.
Arrested by NKVD, but how those NKVD officers distinguished the real documents and this is a false document, because they cannot understand the Japanese visa. They cannot understand this is a real Japanese visa or not. So how they arrested those who were false documents they distinguished?
In special archives you can find mostly interrogations of arrested forgers, but not a description how they how they knew which is forgers or not. This is also for me. Sometimes we can say it's a color of stamp, but sometimes to compare original visa and false visa, yes, because for me it's like also like the paints, like characters. I don't know what is written in these visas. Polish, yes, because they can also compare Polish documents blank, which is original, which is not. They knew people probably which get this kind of visas. They have informators inside Jewish community, and they knew.
Very quick question. Do you have any information about the language proficiency of those who forge visa? Was there anyone with a knowledge of Japanese language among them?
No.
Okay.
No,
so they painted in a way.
Yes, they painted like artists.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much indeed for interesting presentation. And now we are going to the second one, which will be given by Dr. Olga Barbasevich from Jagiellonian University, and Dr. Olga will be talking virtually, will be joining us, and her presentation is about the Polish diplomatic help for the refugees in Shanghai.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. I wanted to start that today I'm going to talk about Shanghai because in many scientific papers, also in many popular broadcasts like Professor Rotem showed before, the focus is on Lithuania and Japan. But a very important actions were also happening in Shanghai. Shanghai under Japanese occupation, so also Japanese authorities were included. Before I proceed to Shanghai, I would also like to refer to Professor Inaba's speech, who stated about the Russian spies, Soviet spies. The Japanese were afraid that among the people who were coming to Japan, there were spies. This is the moment when I need to emphasize the role of Ambassador Romer. Ambassador Tadeusz Romer, who served as a Polish ambassador to Japan from 1937 till 1941, and then he was moved as an ambassador in a special mission to Shanghai. Everything, of course, agreed with Japanese. The decision of Ambassador Tadeusz Romer to help the Polish citizens, because we need to emphasize that those people were the Polish citizens, was not the easy one indeed, because this aspect of Soviet spies came to him from London, from Polish government in London, and he received the cable that if he lets into Japan Russian spies, he's going to have problems inside his own government. So this is what I would like to emphasize and to add to Professor Inaba's speech, that the first checking was via Polish diplomatic mission to discourage any Soviet spies to enter the territory of Japan. We don't know if it was a great success or only like 90% success. There's no information about it. But this is very important that Tadeusz Romer had this information that there's a big possibility of spies coming to Japan, and this is his role and his sole responsibility. If he decides to agree to issue the papers, the passports to Poles, he needs to be sure that they are not Russian or Soviet spies. So this was his great role in Japan till the end of October 1941. Tadeusz Romer's role was to help Poles with becoming citizens, let's say it once again, to gain the official Polish passports, to confirm their citizenship, what became crucial in the later part. Together with Ambassador Romer and most of people from the Polish diplomatic mission in Tokyo, in October 1941, most of the refugees were evacuated to Shanghai. And in Shanghai, according to the Polish sources, we can find a lot of efforts, not only by Tadeusz Romer, but he was the one inspiring all the efforts, but also the efforts by the Polish government in London, so the Polish government in the exile in London, by the diplomatic mission in Bern, Switzerland, and Polish diplomatic mission, Polish embassy in Soviet Union, which was at that time in Kuibyshev. So the people, the diplomats, and the politicians, they worked together to provide help. I don't want to say that Polish government was the sole power enabling those people in Shanghai to survive, Polish citizens to survive, because I would lie. There was a great chain and a big cooperation, not only between the governments, but also between the Jewish organizations, mainly in the US, and Polish diplomats. So I would like to proceed to provide you with the materials available in Polish language, which is quite difficult and which makes the story not, let's say, completed, as Professor Romer also stated, because lack of the knowledge of Polish language disabled many scholars and many people interested in this story of the immigrants, of the refugees, as we can say, to know something more, to know the role of the Polish government. Having left the post in Tokyo, Tadeusz Romer was transferred to the Shanghai consulate, because Polish consulate in Shanghai operated since very early times, since 1919, and he was transformed into a legation in 1928. From 1939 onwards, it was headed by charge d'affaires Stanisław de Rosset. So when Tadeusz Romer came to to Shanghai, together with Stanisław de Rosset, he took the refugees under protection. They supervise, so both diplomats supervise the functioning of several different organizations, which aimed to improve the daily lives of the refugees. On 11th November 1941, this was a very important date. 11th November is the Independence Day in Poland, and by purpose, Tadeusz Romer decided to organize the first meeting with the refugees in Shanghai on this certain date. There was the first Congress organized of the so-called Advisory Commission for the War Refugees in Shanghai. The commission consisted of 15 delegates of various professional, social, and political groups who represented all Polish war refugees in the city. The rabbinical students were the only group without a representation in the commission, as their interests were represented by other delegates. The Polish Committee for War Refugees in Shanghai, in many papers, also official documents called as Polyrelief, was in charge of issues concerning immigration. And these immigration issues were one of the most crucial in the role of the Polish diplomatic mission and Polish government. Because without the citizenship, you weren't able to evacuate. And most of the people who came via the Soviet Union and Japan to Shanghai wanted to use their final destination visas to Palestine, to the US, to Canada, and so on. Responsible for financial matters was the ISJUCOM, Committee for Assistance of Jewish Refugees from Eastern Europe, which cooperated with the Committee for Assistance of European Jewish Refugees in Shanghai, also known as the Spielman Committee, and with the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee, so joint, which was mentioned in the previous speeches. Thanks to this system, the Polish community had access to a mutual aid fund, 3 kitchens for conservative Jews, schools, printing offices, and the educational center of the Society for Promotion of Industrial, Artisanal, and Agricultural Work among the Jews in Poland. According to the statistics provided by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, in December 1941, the number of Polish refugees in Shanghai was 975. This figure can be further divided into smaller groups on the basis of various categories, such as age, social background, political affiliation, and so on. As Polish citizens, they received continuous support from Polish government in London. As it was pointed earlier in other speeches and in my speech, the Deutsche greatly attributed to the establishment of a system which provided all the refugees with security and help in their daily lives, even after the diplomats had left Shanghai, what happened at the end of August 1942. According to the consular records, the population of Shanghai also included 230 Poles who had arrived before the outbreak of the Pacific War, so between 1934 and 1941. And those people didn't want to evacuate from Shanghai. They had their business in Shanghai, they had their lives in Shanghai, so they weren't that much interested in evacuation, than the refugees that came from Lithuania. So groups of refugees and residents differed with regards to what they were planning to do after war. On account of different information that were provided by Polish diplomats to the Consulate General of Japan in 1942, Polish diplomats were sure that some of the people would like to stay in Shanghai, but they provided the information to the Japanese that most of the refugees are going to be to participate in the evacuation, in the exchange of Japanese soldiers with Great Britain and in the numbers of people evacuated on the side of Great Britain, more than 50 people in the first part were evacuated. But the problem was with evacuation of certain groups. Some destination visa holders had no possibility or just no desire to make use of their documents. It is estimated that more than 180 people were not interested in using their visas. If they had, the general number of refugees in Shanghai would have been as much as 20% lower. Reluctance to leave was usually dictated by a decision of a given religious groups. Many rabbis declare, and I quote, "Travelers intended for individuals or even small groups, as opposed to all members of a given school, as detrimental to their participants, resulting in separation from the school and a decrease of number of students, posing danger to the school's existence." This was the report that Tadeusz Romer provided to Polish government when some kind of problems with evacuation arise. When Polish government negotiated with Brits, who negotiated with Japanese side the evacuation, and as I said, 180 people weren't interested because of their pure interest. The community of Polish Jews was deeply divided in Shanghai, not only on account of different moments of arrival in Shanghai, what I mentioned before, but also the ideas about the temporary or permanent character of their stay in the city, but also due to the dissimilar backgrounds. 32% were rabbis or students of rabbinical schools. For the purpose of this speech, the other 58% I will call the secular group. The rabbinical community consisted of 6 schools, and the whole schools wanted to be evacuated altogether. With regards to visas, Tadeusz Romer tried to develop cooperation with the United States and Jewish organizations, mainly the Joint. And as can be seen in his letters from October and November 1941, the report on creation of evacuation list, dated December 43, they clearly show that most cases of unused visas and cancelled journeys can be attributed to unattainable conditions imposed on the Polish government by religion organizations. The issue of obtaining visas to other countries was further complicated by the problems with finding jobs for the rabbis, who could not labor physically and were consequently unable to obtain visas of such category. Another reason why the evacuation of rabbis turned out to be so difficult was that they agreed to depart only on the condition that they would be promised a post in the destination country that was equally prestigious as the one they used to hold in pre-war Poland. The situation of rabbis and their students was described in numerous documents published both in London and Shanghai, which drew the attention of international Jewish organizations, especially in the United States. These organizations cooperated with the Polish government in exile, supervising the transfer of money and information. One of the most explicit examples of special treatment of the rabbinical group was the telegram that Prime Minister Władysław Sikorski sent to the Union of Rabbis in the United States and Canada in 1942, promising that the Polish government would aid the community in Shanghai. He also stressed that as the result of the help provided by the government in exile, the Polish Jewish citizens had the right to leave the country. When it comes to the other kind of help, so as I said, like providing the official citizenship, the disparity between stateless refugees and Polish citizens was growing. The Polish community expressed discontent regarding the relocation, which happened in 1943, because they did not want to join the masses of stateless refugees. Tadeusz Romer also emphasized the distinct character of the group in his reports to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in London by maintaining in 1943 that only making a clear distinction between the Polish citizens who receive support from their own government and have the right to evacuate in the process of exchange, and other victims of war in Shanghai, mostly German and Austrian Jews, can help us treat them differently and save them from extermination. Supporting the Polish community in Shanghai by the diplomats, by the diplomatic mission and government, was also conducted in cooperation with joint. So what I want to emphasize in this speech is that neither I nor any of the diplomats of the Republic of Poland did not decline the role of Joint Distribution Committee. What I want to emphasize is only the cooperation of Polish government and Polish diplomats with this organization. We need to remember that the cooperation was necessary because there was not enough money even for the functioning of the Polish diplomatic posts in Shanghai. Romer's tasks during his stay in the Far East included such consular activities as acquiring passports and visas and drawing up evacuation lists available only to those holding citizenship. He also devoted a considerable amount of time to securing means of survival for the Polish citizens. The funding did not cease after the attack on Pearl Harbor, but its character changed due to the limitations imposed by the Japanese occupier. The representatives of the joint in Shanghai started cooperating with local businessmen and offering them loans in profitable currency, with a tacit approval of the local Japanese authorities. Within 6 months from the outbreak of the Pacific War, the joint donated $180,000 to support the refugees in Shanghai, and 20% of this sum was allocated for the needs of the Polish community. The transfer of funds was blocked in April 1942, when the American laws of armed conflict forced the representatives of the joint to withdraw from the area. In search of a safe method of transferring funds, Tadeusz Romer asked the representatives of the International Red Cross in Switzerland for help, and it was on 9th August 1942. London passed on the information about 970 Polish Jews who were under the care of the joint and inquired as to the possibility of transferring money from Geneva to Shanghai. During the Second World War, the Polish Red Cross was represented by Prince Stanisław Albrecht Radziwiłł, who after the invasion of Poland left the country and was appointed charge d'affaires of the Polish government at the League of Nations in Geneva by Prime Minister Sikorski. He cooperated with the International Red Cross and participated in aiding the Poles in the territory of general government. In 1942, he attributed to the stabilization of the transfer of funds from the diplomatic mission in Bern to Shanghai by making the Red Cross the main organization assisting in the transfer of money designed for the Polish community. In December 1943, this became the only way of sending money to the refugees. Tadeusz Romer was working on securing continuous financial support for Polish Jewish community by cooperating with individuals and organizations. In the monthly financial report of 24th August 1942, so the last report that was made while Polish diplomatic mission was in Shanghai, he wrote that more than 330,000 Shanghai dollars were donated to the Polish Aid Society by the mission in Bern and the International Red Cross. The attachment submitted to the report, authored by Alexander Rotkin, representative of the East Jukon, included the rules of prioritizing financial distribution. The highest priority was assigned to special individual cases of poverty and illness. People in need of such help received 10,000 Shanghai dollars from a mutual aid fund consisting of membership donations. The second priority was assigned the maintaining public kitchens for rabbis and students of the Mir, Lubavitch, and Lublin rabbinical schools, members of the Bund, and the so-called secular group. The Polish Aid Society agreed to co-fund each meal distributed by these institutions. The third category consisted of more than 370 people who did not use public canteens. The fourth concerned the issue of changing apartments and moving house due to relocations. The fifth preparatories in case of evacuation. The sixth, so-called constructive mission, creating vocational schools and places of employment. The seventh, increasing income support in case of financial surplus. The eighth, paying the administrative cost of using an office available for the needs of all refugee organizations, maintaining their correspondence, and so on. When the transfers from the joint ceased, the situation of the refugees began to gradually deteriorate. According to the correspondence from May 1942, at that time Tadeusz Romer took out a series of loans in American dollars from private funds provided by Polish diplomats. After July 1942, loans started losing viability. At the same time, Japan banned transactions in all but Japanese and Chinese currencies. Romer decided to exchange American dollars on the black market. In September 1943, he secured the transfer of 1,700,000 Shanghai dollars from the Ministry of Labor and Social Welfare of Poland, estimating that this sum would be sufficient to support the entire community for half a year. The total sum of money donated by the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, along with the Polish Jews in Shanghai in 1943, was estimated at 250,000 Swiss francs. Thanks to diplomatic pressure used by Tadeusz Romer on the Polish government, the Polish embassy in Kuibyshev became another important intermediary in the process of transferring money from the joint to Shanghai. As a result, the Ministry of Labor and Social Welfare of Poland eventually stated that, I quote, providing aid to the Polish citizens who remain under Japanese occupation is a duty of the government. On 26 February 1942, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs turned to the embassy in Washington in order to realize the transfer of £1,000 from the joint for the Polish refugees. On 17 March, Tadeusz Romer confirmed the transfer of 4,000 American dollars at the request of the embassy in Kuibyshev, which he then sent to the representatives of the East Jukon. This money allowed to provide 850 people with the income support of 140 Shanghai dollars, purchase materials and medications, and cover the cost of medical care. The relief provided by the Polish Aid Society was gradually extending also thanks to the support of the Polish mission in Bern, which was important especially due to the ongoing relocation of refugees. The telegram dated on 11 August 1943 stated that 440 Polish citizens were transferred to Hankyu and 788 received support from the organizations established by the Polish diplomatic mission. This message was sent by Aleksander Ładoś, Polish ambassador to Switzerland, to the government in London. Members of the Jewish organizations in Shanghai began to support Romer's diplomatic actions in 1942. When the Polish government was attempting to secure Russian and Iraqi transit visas for the Polish citizens in Shanghai, Ignacy Schwarzbart, a member of the National Council of Poland, wrote to the head of the Department of Refugees at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Józef Marlewski, about the necessity to pursue such activities. Schwarzbart informed the Council about the telegram from Abraham Silberstein, who headed the relief committee from the war-stricken Jewish population as a representative of the World Jewish Congress in Geneva, stating that it was necessary to take action in order to evacuate Polish Jews from Shanghai. After the relocation of Jews to Hankyu, many people were no longer able to manage their businesses. So on 24th August 1943, the Polish Aid Society asked for permission to expand its activity to provide aid to 230 residents. The growing pressure and conflict between two rivals, the Polish Aid Society and the Union of Residents, eventually led to major discussions in London, pertaining to the centralization of aid in Shanghai. The note concerning the meeting on 26 January 1944 includes the Polish Red Cross suggestions to dissolve either one of these organizations. Establishing a dominant institution comprised of representatives of the refugees and residents, as well as increasing support provided to the rabbinical group, was also taken into consideration. The conclusion of the note includes the information that the Ministry of Labor and Welfare of Poland ultimately decided to centralize the provision of help under the Polish Aid Society and establish a new decision-making body, the Committee of the Polish Residents Association in China. By those organizations and by cooperation between joint Polish government and certain diplomatic missions, till the end of the war, still in 1945, the funds, even though very small, were provided, and the refugees were guaranteed that Polish government won't forget about them and will still, as much as it is possible, provide the funds for their survival. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for reminding us that no event in history is ever a single one. It's always a complex underpinning of different circumstances, people, actions, and should be treated as a complex one. So, do we have a question for Dr. Olga Barbasevich, the audience? Yes, please, Dr. Smanas.
Hi, Olga. Pleasure to see you. My question is, well, actually, it's partially a comment and a question as well. So what you said during your presentation, I guess it's a very, very important piece for the, let's say, the new approach, well, not maybe new, but the approach to the World War II narrative in Polish history. But you are scientists. What's your opinion, let's say, how Polish official policy is interested in this, let's say, the piece, what you just told us? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. It is a difficult question for me as for the researcher, because since I am a political scientist and I examine the role of the story of, let's call this life, visas for life, or like Sugihara's story, I can see amazing use of this story by Japanese, by Lithuanians. I can't see it that much in the Polish narration. However, it is very important that the Polish government nowadays starts to be interested in the story, and first of all, it starts to be interested in the role of Tadeusz Romer. We need to remember that Tadeusz Romer doesn't have any single street named with his name, any single school named with his name, and he also wasn't recognized by the government after 1989. He was recognized by the government in exile, existing in London, even during the communist time, but he wasn't recognized in Poland properly. When it came to the Olympic Games in Tokyo, 2020 and 2021. I was very happy that the Polish President Andrzej Duda decided to use this story when visiting Tokyo. So the invited guests received the books about Tadeusz Romer and what was announced. But I think that it wasn't still realized. Ambassador of Poland to Japan announced together with the Polish President Andrzej Duda, that one of the main halls in the Polish embassy will be named with Tadeusz Romer's name. So I think that Poland is just, let's say, like waking up a little bit with this story. But we need to remember that this story is not the only the sole story in all the relations with Japan. We need to look at it like the very good basis established in the interwar period. So from 1919, when the relations with Japan were established on both sides, like Polish-Japanese relations were established till 1939. So there was a very good cooperation between Polish governments. Also succeeded in Kaunas with the underground underground and the intelligence mission. So I would like to state that those good relations succeeded in just allowing Tadeusz Romer to act, to provide help to Polish citizens. And just to conclude, I think that Poland is now seeing that there was this aspect that we need to focus on it, but just among many other stories, for example, the Ładoś group in Bern, this story is a minor one. But now, as we could see during the Olympics, used also by Polish government.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your elaborate answer. And so now I believe we move on to the next presentation. And we'll hear from Dr. Akvilė Naudžiūnienė from Vilnius University, Faculty of History, the presentation about the representation of junior Sugihara on educational platforms and in public spaces in Lithuania since 1990, ideas and microceptions.
Good afternoon to everyone. So today, now with my presentation, I will shift our focus of this conference a bit from historical studies to more heritage studies, as I will focus on the current situation, on the representation of junior Sugihara nowadays, and by nowadays I mean in the 32 years of now independent Lithuania. So whilst everyone in this conference room, I believe, knows the story of junior Sugihara already and is aware of who he was and what did he do during the Second World War. In Lithuania, the majority of Lithuanians have not heard about him until recently, and while in 1985 he was honored as the righteous among the nations, and the story of Sugihara was publicly acknowledged in the Western world, we could say. In Lithuania, which was still under the Soviet rule, basically the public did not hear about Sugihara at all, and so it was neither included in general history curricula nor represented in the public, and Lithuanians learned about it only after 1999. The aim of this presentation is to discuss various forms of junior Sugihara representation in public space in Lithuania, while analyzing the historical accuracy and the memory politics related to this topic. It falls right into the scope, of course, of politics of history, as well as the heritage studies and memory studies. So this topic requires an interdisciplinary perspective, we could say. And I basically use mostly qualitative content analysis and its contextualization with historical data. And I would like to take a moment to thank Professor Kovner, who spoke earlier today in the previous section of the conference, who reminded us about the fear of the myth, that we should stop fearing of the myth, and to encouraged us not to use or misuse history. While it's important for my presentation, because actually when I was finalizing the presentation, I asked myself, as I think many of us while doing research are asking ourselves, why do I do this? And by this I mean, why do I criticize, or why do I speak critically about very positive initiatives related to junior Sugihara and his representation representation in Lithuania, as you will see later on. And I think the main answer is that what Professor Kauner wanted to encourage us is that we need to find not the whole truth maybe, because it's always hard to find the whole truth, but we need to share the complex vision of history, not just the one-sided vision, which is usually represented in the heritage of Sugihara, as we will see. So today I will talk about how this Japanese diplomat is used as an example of exotic cultural artifact during his representation in Lithuania, and I will analyze few cases of it. Also, I will speak about the representation of Junia Sugihara in two main Lithuanian cities, Vilnius and Kaunas, and how these cities are using history to present Sugihara. And later on, I will dwell onto a specific case about how Sugihara's memory is being recharged, I could say, in a modern way, as a strange case of wellness and plastic surgery center is named after Chiuna Sugihara. And also, at the end, I will talk shortly about Chiuna Sugihara in Lithuanian historical narrative at schools. Why I say I will talk shortly, because there are not many representation points of Chiuna Sugihara at schools, so we will talk about it as well. And to start off, we can identify the first attempts to both commemorate and represent Chiuna Sugihara in Lithuania during the first years of independence. And during this presentation, I will identify the most problematic cases, I could say, and one of these cases is the representation of Chiuna Sugihara as an exotic Japanese cultural artifact, and it is clearly an example of Japanese sakura trees that are highly connected with Chiuna Sugihara memory. So what we can see that in the memorialization process of Chiuna Sugihara, cultural exoticism paradigm is being used. And what does that mean? That usually Chiuna Sugihara and his story is simplified only to the story of a glimpse of Japanese culture or culture in Lithuania during the interwar period. While the real story of Chiuna Sugihara and his works are behind this Japanese influx of the culture to Lithuania. And of course we can agree that Chiuna Sugihara Japanese upbringing and cultural environment had influenced his personal and life choices, but it is very narrow-minded to represent him only by his ethnic belonging. However, he is one of only few famous Japanese people in a way closely related to the history of Lithuania, and thus his Japanese roots are being overwhelmingly highlighted instead of his works. And one of these positive initiatives that led to misrepresentation and exotization, we could say, of Chiuna Sugihara in Lithuanian public eyes are parks of Japanese sakura trees. So in 2001, while celebrating the 100th year of Sugihara, 200 Japanese sakura trees have been planted next to the banks of river Neris in Vilnius, and also so sakura trees have been planted in the yard of Presidential Palace, on Sugihara Street, and in the square next to Sapiega Hospital in Vilnius. And during the same time, several sakuras have been planted in Kaunas. Later in 2003, after 2 years, 100 sakura trees have been planted in Kaunas on Amunas Island, also as stated in the memory of Chiyune Sugihara. Still, since 2001, Vilnius became the main city of Chiyune Sugihara representation for a while, and we can see the confusion there, because we can ask why Vilnius and not Kaunas was chosen as the primary city where Chiyune Sugihara and his memory is being represented, because as we all know, Chiyune Sugihara worked and lived in Kaunas for the years he was in Lithuania, and there we have even more questions, like if Chiyune Sugihara ever visited Vilnius, and what is his connection with the current capital of Lithuania. This fact, these questions are also highlighted by the monuments to Chiyune Sugihara, and especially to the monument to him, which was also erected in 2001 next to the new Sakura Park on the right banks of Neris in Vilnius. So once again, there is a question why this monument was chosen to be built there, and actually it was all for practical reasons. Firstly, the place for Sakura Trees Park was chosen because it had to fit certain requirements, and then the monument place was just adjusted to the Sakura Park, and the monument or the Sakura trees were not even close to Sugihara Street in Vilnius and have no connection to it. So it's a very uncommon place for this memorialization, but as we know that Sugihara has no real connection with current capital of Lithuania, it is obvious that it did not matter which place was chosen, either for Sakura Trees Park or for the monument. So this is an attempt of Vilnius as a modern current capital of Lithuania to include the exceptional Sugihara narrative to cultural landscape of the city. While the history of Sugihara in Lithuania is clearly in Kaunas, the present of Sugihara memory in Lithuania is divided between these two cities, Vilnius and Kaunas. And as we see, so as we see, Vilnius is having a newly built connection with Sugihara heritage. However, not all forms of Sugihara memory and its presentation in Vilnius is out of place since 1919. In 1992, in the yard of Vilna Gaon Jewish Museum, next to its Holocaust Museum, in the memory of Chiyune Sugihara, another monument was unveiled, and it is the first monument dedicated to Chiyune Sugihara in Lithuania. Now we have more monuments, but this one was the first, and this monument of 1992 was chosen to be showcased next to the museum's Holocaust exhibition, as it is the only museum in Lithuania telling the story of Holocaust. In this case, Chiyune Sugihara became as a front man of all righteous among the nations who saved Jews in Lithuania, but creators of the monument aim to highlight him not because of his exotic cultural upbringing, more than that he was a public figure and was able to save a lot of people, much more than any other individual or family could have saved during the Holocaust, as the creators of the monument emphasizes. And in this slide, on the upper picture, you see the first monument built in 1992, and down, you can see the second monument built in 2001 for Tune Sugihara next to the Sakura trees park in Vilnius. And as I already mentioned, there is this rivalry between Kaunas and Vilnius and the memory of Tune Sugihara. And still, of course, in Kaunas, there is the majority of tangible Tune Sugihara heritage, because there is the city where he lived and worked, and of course the main heritage point in Kaunas is Sugihara House. And Sugihara House was opened officially as a museum only in late 2008 after renewal, and so that might be the reason why earlier memorialization programs were based more in Vilnius, because since Sugihara House opened in Kaunas in the previous Japanese consulate, more and more Sugihara memorialization, both tangible and intangible, began in Kaunas as well, and we can see that since 2010, Kaunas became the main place for Sugihara heritage representation, and overruled, we could say, Vilnius attempts. And one of the most important factors next to the Sugihara House and its work was the Sugihara Route, created in 2015, which still is a touristic route dedicated to present a lot of places related to Sugihara and to also Japanese culture in Kaunas, and it is mostly dedicated to foreign tourists, as we'll talk separately about this in a bit. So this route made Kaunas Sugihara heritage more attractive for touristic purposes. And another important factor was that in 2020, Lithuanian government decided to say that the year 2020 will be the year of Sugihara. They promoted this idea. Of course, it was not only the year of Sugihara, there were a lot of other topics celebrated in 2020, but Sugihara was emphasized as well. And so during this 2020, even during the pandemic years, many of festivities were organized in order to promote Sugihara heritage. And then in Kaunas there was a new monument dedicated to honor the Sugihara work erected, and it is a huge monument of 4 meters. It was unveiled in the center of Kaunas city on Laisvės alley, and so this monument is the newest representation of Sugihara heritage both in Lithuania and in Kaunas. And in the slide you can see up on the upper photograph there is a Sugihara house, which I believe many of you have already visited, and on the picture downwards you can see the new monument and the process of its unveiling on the Laisvės alley in Kaunas. And as I mentioned, I will speak shortly about Sugihara Route and an exotic, also as an example of exotization of Sugihara heritage. In this case, not in Vilnius as with sakura trees, but in Kaunas. And this route, while very popular between foreign tourists, is actually not, we could see not the route only of Sugihara, but mostly the route about Japanese and Lithuanian relations. As in the description of the route, we can see the statement that many of the objects you will find in this map are connected to the Japanese diplomat Chiune Sugihara one way or another, while actually looking over the route, we see very confusing examples of these connections. For example, on the Sugihara Route, there is a Devil's Museum in Kaunas, or Historical Presidential Palace in Kaunas, or Kaunas Picture Gallery, and you might ask why these places are there, why they are included, and one of the reasons, for example, for Devil's Museum to be on Sugihara Route is that in Devil's Museum there are a lot of presentations of different masks showcasing the devil in different cultures, and there are also masks from Japanese culture, so that's why it's included in Sugihara Route. As well as similar example is Kaunas Picture Gallery, because it showcases installations from Japanese artists, so that's why it's on Sugihara Route as well. Of course, there are other great places actually related to Sugihara story, as Sugihara House, Metropolis Hotel building, or Kaunas railway station. And we can ask, of course, why these places are not enough to see the real historical picture of Sugihara story. But I think the main reason why this story is, added with Japanese culture is because Sugihara is being exoticized and used just as an exotic example, not actually telling his story, but telling the story which about diplomatic relations of Japan and Lithuania. And as I mentioned earlier, I will talk shortly about a unique case of Sugihara, and it's also closely related to exoticism of Sugihara name due to its Japanese origins. And when you Google Sugihara, the first page you get on internet is on Beauty Center Sugihara, which is on Chiune Sugihara Street in Vilnius. And this is one of the early beauty center establishments in independent Lithuania, and it is opened in 1994. And the name of the street in Chiune Sugihara's name was given in 1991, so when the center opened on this street, the name was already there and presented an opportunity. Of course, this opportunity also meant a certain kind of indifference, we could say, regarding the person to whom this name belonged. Sugihara family name in Japanese has more naturalistic meaning as a cedar plane. It is doubtful that Sugihara Center derived its name from it, and the wellness center does not actually advertise or explain the history of their name. And while I have actually tried to contact their marketing team for 2 months, day by day, to get some answers why there is a Sugihara name, why they chose this name, they could not tell the answer except for that they are on Sugihara Street, and it seemed fit to their idea. And so I could say that Sugihara Wellness and Plastic Surgery Center is what happens when the lack of knowledge means the lack of opportunity. The street name was already there, and its name had a nice ring to it. So why Sugihara name was chosen for the street, it's also not clear. As we already talked, Vilnius and Sugihara has no actual connection, or actual strong connection, we could say. There are no Sugihara street in Kaunas, where he lived and worked, but there is a Sugihara street in Vilnius, and as you see on the map, we have a strange situation where Sugihara street in Vilnius is out of, we can see out of city center, and on the map it's right up there where Sugihara's spa center is, and later the monuments for Chiyunya Sugihara were built on another part of the street, mainly in the city center. Another important thing we have to emphasize is the not only tangible heritage of Chiyunya Sugihara and how it's represented or misrepresented, but also symbolic Chiyunya Sugihara heritage. And the main representation of it, it's Chiyunya Sugihara Foundation, which also does many things for Sugihara representation, but one of them is the Person of Tolerance Award, and which is given annually, and this is a very confusing topic. I want to discuss every person which was awarded by this Tolerance Award, but I could see that only this year, in 2022, the Person of Tolerance Award was given to the person who was actually working with refugees nowadays in Lithuania. It's the sister Viktorija Voidogaitė, who actively participated in the current refugee crisis in Lithuania and helped refugees staying now in Lithuania. So she was given this Tolerance Award, but before that, all the people who were giving Tolerance Award in Sugihara Foundation name were famous actors, directors, writers who some way or another tried to speak about tolerance and against xenophobia. Also, another symbolic point is the Japanese Study Center, which was opened by the support of Sugihara Foundation and opened new ways for Japanese cultural representation in Lithuania, which of course is very important. And as I see I'm running out of time, I will go to the last point I wanted to make today, and it's about the representation of Chiyunya Sugihara in Lithuanian educational system. Chiyunya Sugihara and his story, it's not an obligatory story in Lithuanian educational system, but it is a part of a wider and obligatory Holocaust story. So in many textbooks since 2008, Chiyunya Sugihara is represented, and he is actually one of the few of many people of righteous among the nations who is showcased, and as I pointed out, he is showcased even with his face and his name, which means that his pictures are usually in textbooks, next to another righteous among the nations, Ona Šimaitė, who also has a very unique story of her. So these are like the two people who are represented as the front man talking about the righteous among the nations in Lithuania. But here we have a very big misunderstanding, because Chiyunya Sugihara is usually represented as in a part while talking about the Holocaust in Lithuania, while as we know, he was not there at the point from 1941, while Holocaust in Lithuania started in the summer when Nazis occupied Lithuania. He helped refugees since Lithuania was not occupied by Nazis, and this point usually does not make it to the history textbooks, and he is represented as one who saved the Jews during the Holocaust in Lithuania after the Nazi entering the country. And another important point is that the tolerance centers and schools and their participation in various projects about the history of Sugihara are very active, and while this topic is not obligatory, there are many cases when these tolerance centers at schools organize the school children conferences, organize different activities at schools related to both to Sugihara and usually Japan. However, we can see from the remarks of school children who participate in these activities of tolerance centers that actually this topic is represented mostly through Japanese lens as well, that there are a lot of speaking about haiku, aikido, and also about Japan's geography, while Sugihara is shortly represented in history classes during Sugihara week. And just some concluding remarks, we see that there are not many examples of tangible heritage of Sugihara in Lithuania, and all of this is in Kaunas. However, since 1990s, there are many examples of how Vilnius municipality is using intangible Sugihara heritage and memory, and transforming it to the tangible memory places, monuments, street names, and parks. And also the representation of history of Sugihara in public spaces in Lithuania highlights the Japan-Lithuanian connection narrative, and Sugihara memory is constantly used to present or validate this connection. And lastly, during recent 2 decades, Sugihara and his exceptional story is often featured in Lithuanian history textbooks, but it was never a part of obligatory school curriculum. However, due to his unique story, Sugihara sometimes is chosen as a case example to represent the saving of Jews during the Holocaust in Lithuania, as I said, which is a misleading part of his story and should be avoided in order to tell the authentic story of Sugihara. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting and very complex presentations. And any questions from the audience? Yes, please.
The same Linus again. My question is about your kind of, is it a wider project, or you have done this research just for the conference? This is kind of kitchen preparational question. Since I'm interested, but I'm working at Sugihara Diplomats for Life Foundation, and there is no Sugihara Foundation in Lithuania. It is Sugihara Diplomats for Life Foundation, and the stress goes on diplomats for life. So we are doing more than memorialization of Sugihara. So if you would like, we can have kind of conversation on one hand. On the other hand, you showed quite exactly some kind of strange, let's say, interpretations or presentations of Sugihara in Kaunas and in Vilnius. So being a true Lithuanian, I am very happy that these were done by municipalities of Kaunas and Vilnius, not by Sugihara Diplomats for Life Foundation. So it's kind of already attempts to gain some kind of let's say, points by interpreting differently the story. So the main question is it broader research or just for the conference? Another usual nasty question, but I'm receiving sometimes this nasty question as well. Why you are doing this? Why Sugihara? Why not our people? Because you mentioned in the textbooks whether Sugihara, whether Onashimaitė, and some would say we have around 1,000 righteous among the nation. So why to tell not ours story? Thank you.
Thank you for a very complex question, and I will start to answer from the beginning. So first of all, mostly I'm doing research on the representation of ethnic minorities and their history in Lithuanian educational system. And due to this fact, Sugihara, as he is often related to the Jewish history in Lithuania, which we can see it's not so correct connection, fall into the scope of my research, and mainly I researched his representation in educational system, which was very shortly presented here because due to the time. And then when I researched for this conference about Sugihara representation in on educational platforms, I included, just only for this conference, its current heritage representation in Vilnius and in Kaunas, because these are the two main cities where he is represented in nowadays Lithuania. And secondly, of course, I know that it's not just Sugihara Foundation, it's Sugihara Diplomats for Life Foundation. Just for the shortness of my speech during the presentation, I used, the shorter term, so do not worry, your organization and the foundation is well known, and I'm not sure, did I answer everything? Okay.
Thank you. Not ours, why we are not speaking. In the textbooks, you said whether Onashimaitė, whether Sugihara, so where the others indicating. So this is, of course, a national, self-minded question. This is why often raised. Why?
Why do we tell not national stories? Actually, it is a very hard question, to answer. I'm still looking for an answer why we as a nation in textbooks, I guess we could say, telling these stories. But I think the main point is that these stories, or story of Sugihara or story of Onashimaitė, which is Lithuanian national, these stories are exceptional in, the cases who were the people who saved Jews in this case, and Sugihara is exceptional because of, as we see, because of his Japanese origins and cultural links between Japan and Lithuania, while Onashimaitė is exceptional because of her work and history in Vilnius University, of her saving both Jewish lives and Jewish cultural artifacts and so on. So I think that's why these stories are highlighted, because we have also more historiographical research on these people, and we do not have as many research about other righteous among the nations, so they are not represented adequately as well in the history textbooks.
But it sounds very nice presentation that it's in Japan. It's Sugihara Chiune is now teaching in the elementary school ethics. It's a textbook in the 5th and 6th grade of pupils, it's 11 years old and 12 years old. So in Lithuania, such kind of writers among the nations, and I'm not sure about Sugihara, but in which grade of students or pupils you will teach such kind of humanitarian activities in Lithuania?
Yes, I totally agree that more complex story of righteous among the nations would be a better value for school children to speak about human lives and human life values. So yes, not only Sugihara, but other people should be included as well. And in which grades? So as Sugihara is a person of 20th century history, so nowadays based on the history curricula, it can be taught either at the 5th grade or at the 10th grade.
Thank you very much. I was told that there is a question from Olga Barbasevich, doctor, but I would like to ask, dear Olga, maybe you could pause your question to the discussions. The lunchtime is approaching, unless it's a very short question. So, dear Olga, it's up to you. If it's a short question, please ask it now. If you would like to have a longer discussion, then let us pass to the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will ask very briefly, maybe giving the floor to the wider, broader discussion in the future. So in the discussion session, I fully understand as a political scientist focused on politics of remembrance about the role of using Sugihara in Japanese-Lithuanian relations. However, very frequently, I found out when going into deeper research, when discussing with Lithuanians, the role of the Lithuanian government in opening the borders for the Polish citizens. So after our harsh history, 1938, we just had our bilateral relations. I wonder, do you know, or maybe somebody else knows, if there is any promotion of the Lithuanian government's role in enabling those people to get into Lithuania and to start the whole history of issuing the visa, because without the decision of the Lithuanian government, many of them wouldn't be able to reach Kaunas, to reach Lithuania. So how about the memorization of this aspect of Lithuanian government's decision?
Regarding the Sugihara story, as I mentioned briefly in the presentation, one of the things that the government was doing in Lithuania was in 2020, this was the year of commemoration of Sugihara memory, as well as 2020 was the year of Jewish history, actually, and so it was government's initiative, and they organized various events, and for example, concerts of Lithuanian and Japanese musicians were held, which was also interesting. They were held in Vilnius, not in Kaunas, and they initiated the building of this new monument in Kaunas as well. However, many of the memorialization of Chiyune Sugihara was initiated by Japan. For example, all these sakura trees parks, or the monuments one of the monuments in Vilnius were initiated, funded and built by Japanese. So Lithuanian government, of course, is very happily accepting these these gifts and building diplomatic relations on that. But
yes, but sorry, I mean like the decision in 1940, yes, 1940 of Lithuanian government to let into the refugees from Poland, because this is an important aspect of Lithuanian role in helping those people. So this is the start of this story, not Sugihara. He was able to issue the visas because Lithuanian government made a short time decision of letting into the refugees from Poland who was in war at that time.
Oh, sorry, before I did not hear this exact part, so now I understand the main question you're asking. So no, there is no emphasis on any other part of the story except from Sugihara part, no emphasis about the history of Lithuanian government and refugees during this period in 1939-1940. And it's a very, we could see a forgotten point in our history by the government nowadays, and I believe it should receive more emphasis as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now I believe it's time to close temporarily our discussions, and we're all going for lunch. I would like to thank you everyone who participated now, also to thank our students, and hope that they and all of us will honor this hall for the next round of the conference at 2:30. We're meeting again at 2:30. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, hello again. We are coming back with our conference and starting the afternoon session and asking Mr. Akahane from Chuo University, Japan, with his presentation on the Japanese perception of Sugihara in recent years. Mr. Akahane, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm not a specialist in history, and this presentation of mine will be a series of impressions of an amateur of history between March 2018 and November in 2020, while translating the book about Chune Sugihara of Mr. Streltsovas sitting there from English into Japanese. I had my own opinions on Sugihara and his achievements. Today, I'm going to talk about one theme about how Chune Sugihara has recently been viewed in Japan. As some of you participants today know very well, only after the feats of Sugihara were recognized by Yad Vashem in October 1984, his name and deeds became well known in Japan. Personally, I belong to the generation that had not even heard of Sugihara's name until my mid-20s. After reading or hearing about him somewhere, I felt proud of his courage as a Japanese, but I didn't have special interest in him. According to his own story, before being rewarded by Yad Vashem, some press interviewed Sugihara himself, but it's certain that his name was not well known before his death. Although it's not shown in this short history, a memoir, Visas for 6,000 Leaves by Yukiko Sugihara, Chune's wife, a widow, published in 1990, was one of the best sellers in Japan. And what is more important, this famous story of her has been used, retold, and reconstructed. Her book is part of the reason why my presentation is firstly focusing on some morals textbooks used at elementary and junior high schools in Japan. As is shown in this short history, since 2018, moral education has been conducted with the textbooks in elementary schools, and since 2019 at the junior high schools. By using morals textbooks, morals education in Japan has been carried out nationwide under the control of the Ministry of Education. And while there are some differences among such textbooks, and there is some freedom of choice on the side of educators. And it is better to explain briefly about the system of the textbooks in the Japanese education system. As this table shows, it takes at least 3 years before a textbook are used at schools in Japan. That is, a textbook which is currently used in the school year 2021 was written in no later than 2018. The moral books are the result of what the authors of the textbooks and the Ministry of Education as official supervisor agree. It may be safely said that the textbooks reflect the generally accepted and officially admitted view of Sugihara. Well then, I focus on the textbooks used at elementary schools in Japan. According to a group on ethics, morals education, there are 8 publishers issuing morals textbooks for elementary schools, and 4 of them treat Chune Sugihara. And 4 textbooks are all for 6th graders. This is probably because that Sugihara is the favorite figure as a role model, but until pupils move up to the 6th grade, that is, until they become 11 or 12 years old, they are not thought to be able to understand what Sugihara did. As you know well, the situation where Sugihara was put in 1940 is quite difficult for us, much more elementary school students. It's quite natural that educators simplify the historical background so that children can put them in Sugihara's place. I show you the example. I choose the text which is used the most at elementary school in Japan. 2 years ago, the textbook's share was over 23%. That is the top of the share. The passage is from page 120. When Chune was active as a diplomat, Hitler of Germany started to invade the surrounding countries. He did awful things. He discriminated against the Jewish people, so they tried to escape to the safer countries which were not under the influence of Germany. A lot of Jewish people from Poland who had been plagued by Hitler fled from Poland to Lithuania. Give us permissions necessary to pass through Japan, otherwise we'll be killed. This is citations from the textbooks, and you will understand this says the Nazis forced the Jews in Poland escape to Lithuania. Besides, it implies they also want to leave Lithuania because of the Nazis. And one more thing I have to point out is that the threat of the Soviets is not mentioned at all. Probably this is a typical simplification about Sugihara in 1939 to 1940 in Japan. That is to say, for the Jewish refugees, the Lithuania is regarded as the same or one sequence, and that is only due to the Nazis. Next, I show you the quotations from two textbooks used at junior high schools. In the secondary education, 6 of 8 textbooks deal with Sugihara. Students are 6th to 9th graders. They become mature and they are expected to have more knowledge, enough to understand the difficulties Sugihara was faced with in details. The share of these two titles amount to about 60% of the junior high school students. This is the number 2 textbook, and this is the number 1 book. The number 1 series was used by 34.8% in 2019, the top share. And this book, the New Morals, book 2, as the first example, its share was its share of the top. It was the top. This text leaves the original narrative of Yukiko Sugihara with her gentle tone of narrative. In the first paragraph of the text, her husband, Chiune, went to the office downstairs and returned soon and said to his wife Yukiko, "From Poland, which the German army has occupied, the Jewish people have been coming. They have fled from the Nazis." In her story, her husband analyzed over 2 options left to him, whether he would leave Kaunas in accordance with a deportation order from the USSR, or stay there to make efforts to issue the transit visas for the refugees. After consulting his wife, he decided to stay, worried about his family and himself. In this way, the Soviet Union is mentioned, but this is the threat only to the existence of Lithuania and Sugihara's family and the Japanese consulate, not to the Jewish refugees. The next example is from Live for Tomorrow, book 3. The share of this text was 25.6%. Also based on the Yukiko's memoir, it describes the same narrative in more objective manner and reads like a documentary. Page 44 writes as follows. Those were the Jewish people who had been persecuted under the Nazis and fled from Poland. Sugihara, sensing something unusual from the ways they behaved, invited 5 representatives of the crowd to the consulate and asked why they gathered there. In Poland, the Jewish are being taken away by the Nazis and slaughtered. People please help us. The textbooks for secondary education are not found different in how Sugihara in Kaunas is treated. That is to say, in Lithuania as well as in Poland, the Jews' escape is associated with the Nazis, not with the menace of Bolshevik. The next is opera. In Japan, the audience of opera is not so large, but given the sincerity of the audience and the unique characteristic of this piece, its influence cannot be underestimated. This opus titled A Story of Chune Sugihara was premiered in 2015 here in Vilnius. You can see the excerpt of this work on the YouTube in Japanese without subtitles. And in this opera, there is one scene where the people gathered along the fence of the Japanese consulate in Kaunas sang in chorus. We escaped from the Nazis. Although unfortunately the next part is inaudible on YouTube. A leaflet for a 2017 performance mentioning the Nuremberg Law in 1935 and the image of Wannsee Conference in 1942 tried to associate this opera with the Nazis' atrocities. The opera has been performed several times, and in July this year, two-day performance will be held. Besides, about half of the performances have been accompanied by piano instead of an orchestra. This is the distinctive characteristic of this work. That means it's not necessary to organize an orchestra or ask one to perform this opera. Due to the easiness of the performance as well as the popularity, this opera could be performed many times in future, but it would be better to revise or remake some parts to make historical truths well known. As opera fans know well, such changes are rather popular for opera works. If the words of this opera are left as they are, the value of it might lower, despite the sincerity of the persons concerned. Next, about the book. As the short history shows, a book titled Sugihara Chune, The Duty and Humanity of an Intelligent Officer was published in 2011. Originally, this book was published under the title of Sugihara Chune, A Genius in Intelligence. And later, it was revised and pocket-sized under the current title. And last year, it was translated into English as an enterprise of the Cabinet Office of Japan. This doesn't mean this book expresses some official opinion about Sugihara, but it's thought to aim at making known the recent perceptions of Sugihara in Japan. According to an interview, Mr. Shiraishi, the author, stressed that it's generally believed that Sugihara issued visas for the Jewish people who had been persecuted by Nazis, but actually there were many of them who wanted to escape from the persecution of the USSR, which held anti-Semitic views. You will find the following chapter on page 120. Rescuing Jews from the Nazis, Which countries menaced Lithuania at the end of 1939? Whether or not Nazi Germany was one such country requires investigation. And the next. What concerned Sugihara was not the threat of Germany, but that of the Soviet under the Stalin. After that, what concerned Sugihara was not the threat of Germany, but that of the Soviet Union under Stalin. He concludes that we can see the influence of this description on a movie premiered in 2015. It is better to note that Stalin is often referred to as the threat for the Jewish people, but it is limited in the land of Lithuania, not including Poland in 1939. Not including Poland in 1939. In 2015, a film called Sugihara Route, Persona non grata, which has been referred to by Professor Kaufner, and with a subtitle of Persona non grata was released. In its credit at the end, the title of Mr. Shiraishi's book, the original book published in, as I said earlier, the original book published in 2011, not revised, pocket size, is shown. In the scene of the last night of Hanukkah on December 14, 1939, Chune and Yukiko Sugihara were invited to the Hanukkah party. One of the guests, who had fled to Kaunas from Warsaw, described the massacre carried out by the German soldiers. This scene was depicted as in that presentation by Professor Kaufner. And he said, one of the described massacre carried out by the German soldiers. He said only he and his granddaughter survived the horrible event. Hearing this story, Sugihara said to the host, "The Soviet Union could be in Lithuania as soon as next year. You should leave us as quickly as possible." Besides this quotation, the menace which the Soviets would bring is expressed or suggested in some other scenes of the movie. This is different from the opera of the same year and the current morals textbooks. The movie accepted a new explanation of history, but it is still only regarded as a cause for the Jewish residents as well as the Jewish refugees in Lithuania to leave as soon as possible. The historical fact that not a few Jewish people escaped from the parts of Poland which was invaded by the Soviets does not regarded as one of the causes of the Jewish people to escape from Poland as refugees in this movie. Back to the morals textbook, it is important to think how people should behave. So it is inevitable that the historical explanation should be limited. Simplification to some extent is necessary, but there is some room for revision. For example, there is one current morals textbook showing the map of Poland invaded by German and the Soviets at the same time. I think such an additional literal map will help students grasp the image of Poland suffering and the threat of the USSR back then. Movie cannot be changed after it is completed. Another movie might not be accepted better than the previous one. But if it is not changed, if generally accepted views are changed by specialists' efforts, it continues to have a value of existence as an evidence of one period when some parts are not discovered. Various values can be recognized in a movie. Historical errors don't damage a movie very much, I think. Some historical scholars have already mentioned we tend to confuse the result of the Jews who managed to escape from Poland and Lithuania with the cause. I think adding some explanation or changes, if necessary, to existing descriptions is important for ordinary readers or audience to avoid such confusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kahane. It really was very nice to listen to your presentation and to see how, in a way, you and also Dr. Akvilė Naudžiūnienė goes in line about talking of mystification and at the same time creating a myth, which is not really very true in a way. Any questions, please? Not for this time? And how yourself, how do you think, Mr. Kahane, what is possible to be done that the true story comes into the textbooks? Is it just the procedure, which is very long, that means that it takes so much time, which prevents such a things? Or it also may be unconscious need not to revise the nice story which is already told?
But I think the problem is lack of the recognition of the threat of the USSR back then. German and the Nazis has been emphasized over and over, but while the threat of the USSR has been ignored. And I think the balance between the two threats are very important to the students or ordinary people. And for that, in order to achieve the goal, specialist efforts will be looked forward.
Thank you. Thank you indeed. So once again, we're coming to the complexity of history and not a simplification of one. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And once again, we will be having a virtual presentation by Honorable Rabbi Aaron Kotler. He is a President Emeritus of Lakewood Yeshiva in the United States of America, and he's going to talk about the Roman Catholic priest, the Japanese ambassador, and the Jewish girl, new tales of unrecognized heroism in the World War II Lithuania. Dear Rabbi, we are ready for your talk. We can't hear you so far. Can you switch on the mic, please? We don't hear you still.
Is that
It's a bit better, but maybe you can raise, yeah?
Is this sound better?
Yes, it's going to be better. Yeah.
Okay. You can hear me okay
No.
now?
Unfortunately, we can't still hear you.
You should press the mute.
No, it's unmuted.
Good now? And how we discovered unknown rescuers of my own family in Lithuania. I will do a quick thank you to my very dear friends,
who helped me on this journey, Dr. Simona Strelkovas, Dr. Linas Vinklauskas, Danuta Sinskaya, Andreas Kozkauskas, Sylvia Foti, and my friends from Japan, Dr. Chiharu Inaba and Akira Katada. You were all instrumental in my ability to learn about my own family's history. And my family's history really begins way back in the late 1800s. You see on the left side is my grandmother, Sarah Deutsch Friedman. She was born in Wassenai and married my grandfather who lived in Vovejan, and they moved to Klaipėda. And my mother on the right side was born in Klaipėda in 1923, and my two aunts on the left, who are the subject of the story, along with the ambassador and the priest, were born in 1927 and 1936. And they really grew up with a very idyllic life in Klaipėda. My grandparents were middle class. You'll see in a moment how they lived, but a very, very comfortable life, a very happy life in pre-war Lithuania. Here's a family photo, give you just a little bit of a sense of my family. It seems like a posed photo. I've got my mom on the right, my Aunt Rachel on the left, and my grandparents. My grandfather was a leather merchant. They lived in the heart of Klaipėda. And here's a map for those of you who know the town. You can see toward the upper right is Jonas Hill. There's a beautiful reservoir there not far from the river. And my grandfather uniquely had a leather business at one high street, one Hochstrasse, which is today Okstoji Gatva 1, right there in the center. And he imported and exported leather across the Baltic. They lived not far, a few blocks away on what was then Kirvita Strasse on the top floor. Immediately next to them was the German synagogue. Next to them was the Israelite religion school, Jewish hospital. My uncle had a grocery store in Friedrichsmarkt, and they lived a very, very simple, idyllic life. My mom went to school not far from the family home, a few blocks away. She went to a German school, the Augusta Victoria Lyceum, that is today located on Bonaleccio Strasse or street. And these are some of her classmates. Her school was about 20% Jewish. And as my mom told us and her schoolmates, the school was very nice. The teachers treated them fairly, and there really was not much anti-Semitism or stress going on in the school at the time. As we know in history, although the Sudetenland was occupying worldwide attention, on March 23, 1939, 1 month after my mom turned 16, Hitler occupied Klaipėda. He came in on the battleship Deutschland. He spoke half a kilometer from my mom's home to adulating crowds. And in the next few days, my mom's classmates desecrated the synagogues, tore the Torah scrolls, forcing the family to flee to Kaunas. And the Jews were actually ordered to flee, with locals jeering them on and making fun of them and telling them, we hope we would never see you again. Here's a little article just from the Manchester Guardian talking about how the Nazis ordered all the Jews out of Memel, which actually took place in the next day after the German occupation. My grandfather had a beard, as you saw in the previous photo. He was in the leather business. He refused to shave his beard, leaving him openly at risk as a Jew. My mom, my aunts, and my grandmother hid him on a wagon beneath leather sheets, and they fled to Kaunas. This is their family home. They had temporary refuge in Kaunas. It's a pretty well-known site in the Jewish world today. Panerai Gatva number 9. It was then known as Panerai Gatva number 15. My grandparents rented the second floor of the home and from Rabbi Avram Gudzinski, who was burned to death in the Kaunas hospital by the Nazis in 1944. In hiding with my grandparents was Rabbi Elchanan Wasserman, who was executed in the 7th fort of Kaunas on July 6, 1941. My grandfather was taken in what was called, ironically, the Great Action. He was taken to the 9th Fort of Kaunas. My grandfather, Lloyd Friedman, was murdered on October 29, 1941, along with some 8,000 or 9,000 other Jews that day. My grandmother was in numerous ghettos throughout the years, forced labor camps. At one point, she was working as a forced laborer on the airport in Alexot, which is still there in Alexot, a suburb of Kaunas today. And she fought with the partisans until August 31, 1944, or August 30, 1944. We're not sure when. There was one sole survivor, Moshe Kanachovsky, but my grandmother was executed either on the 30th or the 31st of August. The sadness was that at that point, Kaunas had already been freed from German occupation. But that was her end. And she was one survivor who wrote us a very personal set of family letters, which we keep to this day. What was with their children? My mom. Why am I here today? Why is my beautiful family here and my two aunts? And what was with them? They had unknown rescuers. One, Imperial Japan's Lieutenant General Tatekawa, who was a very powerful individual, who was the ambassador to Moscow. This was not the Sugihara rescue, which was a surprise to us because I grew up on tales of Sugihara and how he had saved so many Jewish lives. Not enough, unfortunately, but no one really knew about Tatekawa. And my mom would always tell us that she was saved by this ambassador in Moscow, which I'll come back to in a moment. And my aunts were saved by Father Pranos Venkos, who was a Roman Catholic priest in Kaunas, and here is their story. This is photos of my mom as a young girl and later on in life. She fled Kaunas in early 1941, and she traveled herself. She was 17 years old, 1,000 kilometers or so to Moscow. She stayed at the Metropole Hotel. When she described the hotel to me, I went to Moscow to see it. It looked exactly as she had described it. She traveled with 5 other girls. She then went to the Japanese embassy in Moscow, where there was a huge crowd milling outside of refugees seeking exit permits, exit visas, or entry visas to Japan. And the gates were closed. There were Soviet guard there. They were not letting anybody in. My mother spoke fluent English, and we've got records of her school grades, and she spoke a beautiful English. She was well-dressed. She went up to the guard, and she said to the guard that she had an appointment with the ambassador. The Russian guard let her in. She then went up to the embassy, knocked on the door. A servant came down. She asked to speak to the ambassador. As she described it, he came down in his kimono, and she spoke to him and pleaded with him for a visa, and he stamped her passport with the visa. When she returned to the hotel that night, one of her roommates had been taken by the NKVD and murdered, which reminds us that, as my mother always told us, she had 10 uncles who were murdered in those years, 5 by the Nazis and 5 by the Soviets. This is Tatekawa, who surprisingly was a great war hero and very well known in Japan. Even to this day, there were books written about him, there are movies about him, and he was very involved, most famously, in the occupation of the Mukden incident, the Japanese invasion of Manchuria. He has a whole backstory in of his own right, and in that story, he sort of played the villain because he was sent to stop the invasion, and instead of doing that, he hinted to the Kwantung army in Manchuria that he was given orders to stop the invasion. He went to a bar, he got drunk, and he told them that he would give them their instructions in the morning. That night, a pretext, the Kwantung army bombed their own railway, and the Japanese invaded Manchuria. They occupied a section of China, and they occupied Shanghai, where my mother ultimately landed up. The invasion was successful, and although Tatekawa defied his orders to stop the invasion, it was so popular in Japan that he became a second-time a war hero, the first time from the Russo-Japanese War. He was selected for the most powerful foreign post, not the United States, which was a future enemy of Japan, not Berlin, which was an ally, but Russia, a neighbor who Japan had fought with. He successfully negotiated a very effective treaty, the Russo-Japanese Neutrality Act, which stayed in effect throughout the entire World War II. Russia and Japan never ended up at battle over that front. He took my mom's passport. Here you see her name on the front page of it, Rochelle, and she was married at the time to a man named Joseph Modell, and he issued a period of stay, a visa pass permit by the ambassador of the Empire of Japan in the Soviet Union, Yoshitsugu Tatekawa. And when I saw and translated her passport, it became clear to me that not only was Sugihara engaged in saving Jews, but Tatekawa was doing the same. My friends in Japan, some friends in the foreign ministry helped out. We have copies of the cables. At this time, Tatekawa was being ordered nonstop to stop saving Jews. As a matter of fact, the day after my mother's permit was on the 8th of March, 1941. The next day, he received his final absolute order. You will no longer help out the Jews. You must stop. And there are a number of permits available in Vladivostok, but you must stop helping the Jews. We'll see in a moment what he did with that. In my mother's story, she traveled on the Amasaku Maru to Japan. She had no money. Kobe Jewish community gave special offer to guarantee her finances. She entered the port of Tsuruga, and from there, she was deported by the Japanese ultimately to the Shanghai ghetto, where she survived the war. Although Tatekawa had direct orders for no more visas, the records show that the very next day, he continued to save Jews. Instead of giving visas, he started giving out transit certificates. And it seems quite clear to me that he, like Sugihara, was a great hero who was saving lives in direct contravention to the orders of his superiors. Unlike Sugihara, who was a relatively mid-level functionary, this was one of the most powerful people. He was the foreign minister's close friend and one of the most powerful people in the Japanese foreign ministry. And as we read the cables, which I have, he was fighting tooth and nail to save as many Jews as he can, defying orders, answering back, using humor, irony, what we call in Yiddish chutzpah, to say that he must save Jews. So my mother travels across the Soviet Union by train. She traveled all the way from Moscow, as you see in the upper right hand, to Vladivostok. She took the Amakusa Maru over to Japan on the Trans-Siberian Railway. She lands in the port of Vladivostok, and as you can see from a journey, she lands in Tsuruga, and from there she makes her way to Shanghai. And this is the entire map of her travels, starting out in Klaipėda in early 1940, on to Kaunas, on to Moscow, to Vladivostok, to Japan, to Shanghai, ultimately to Canada, and then to the United States. My parents got married in 1949, and her life directly was saved. We have numerous copies of her visas, passports, and much oral testimony by Ambassador Tatekawa. Tatekawa came to an interesting end. This seems to me some classic Soviet propaganda of the day. Russia recalled the ambassador to Japan, and Tatekawa resigns allegedly because of ill health. It seems there are some problems in the relationship, and ultimately, I shared this story with many Japanese newspapers, and it made some headlines around Japan, but certainly not enough when I reached out to Yad Vashem in Jerusalem, they had no knowledge of Tatsukawa, and as you'll see in a moment, no knowledge of Father Venkas either. These are just photos of my mom as a young girl in Shanghai when she marries my dad in old age, together with a photo of Tatsukawa, who she met briefly for one evening. I must mention, of course, as others have, Sugihara in Kaunas, Consul May in Vladivostok, who were also helping save Jews, and Akira Katati's boss, who likewise was from the Japanese tourist agency, who was helping Jews. My mother was together with many other rabbis and religious Jews from Lithuania who survived the war in the Shanghai years, forming the nucleus of the regeneration of Orthodox Jewry in the United States, due to the heroic efforts of these men. This is just a photo of Tatsukawa's final resting place. I wanted to go pay homage to him. Unfortunately, due to COVID, I haven't made it yet, but I'm grateful to, again, my Japanese friends who located him. What was with my mom's two sisters? Cute little Shalamis on the right and Rachel on the left. This is Aunt Rachel's Red Cross papers. You see on the top left, it speaks of her parents having been murdered. Bottom left, it speaks of her landing up in Buchenwald. Here, too, it notes that she spoke English. And on the top right are her information about her two sisters, one in Shanghai and one living at the time in Israel. In 1945, my Aunt Rachel wrote a letter. She was recuperating from Buchenwald. She wrote a letter, she was living then in Switzerland, to my mom, seeking information on Shalamis. And this, to me, is one of the most powerful letters of the Holocaust. I will read just the highlighted items. She writes, I'm alive. I don't know anything about my family. My sister Shalamis, I took her out of the ghetto in 1943. Parish Professor Venkas helped to find a place for her. She mentioned other names. She writes how she was hidden in woods, barns, and cellars. And my aunt, too, my Aunt Shalamis testified to me. My aunt's alive and well, thank God, the same. And she writes that many of the Jewish people who kept their lives all their time, who survived, were murdered. And then she writes how she managed to make her way to Germany. It was through the help of Venkas. She got an Aryan name of Onyata Kellerite, Anna Karina Keller, and that was how she survived, although she was ultimately sent to Buchenwald. My grandmother was in the Telsai ghetto. She saved herself. She escaped, and they went, many of them were hiding in cellars under the ground, and my aunt then writes that she hopes that Shalamis has not forgotten that she's our sister, that she's a Jew. This is why I saved her. And she writes tragically how the best of our nation, the best of the Jewish people, were murdered. She writes how my grandmother and my aunt has told us the story, were hiding in the woods on a hillside in snow, and then she came to the Kovna ghetto, and my Aunt Rachel pleads to my sister, who was living at the point that time in Shanghai, saying, all I know of my mom, of our grandmother, is that she was in the ghetto, the Kovna ghetto. Please try to help her right away. And she gives us the address of Venkas on Italijo's Gotfa 24 and the others who saved us. And she writes, please excuse me if this letter is very dry, but try to understand. Using these documents, I did a little bit of research, again, with the help, most importantly, of my friend Linas and others in Lithuania. We tracked down the Venkas family. There in the center on left is Father Venkas. Father Venkas was from a village, Uptanai, which is right near Beverzhan. Apparently, Father Venkas and my grandfather were friends. And in the family tales, my mom told that when Father Venkas wanted to go to seminary in Rome, my grandfather helped him out financially. They were very close. He went to Rome. He returned to Kaunas, and he became a professor in Kaunas, in what was then what is today Vytautas Magnus University, and he died in the 1950s. He drowned in a lake near Uptanai, and he's buried nearby. And I suspect, just as the Nazis hated him, and that's clear from the records. It's also clear that the Soviets hated him. And that, to me, is always the double tragedy of Eastern Europe. And for all we know, he may have been murdered by the Soviets. We don't know how exactly he died. So my family had a 423-year documented history. It may be longer. We go back to 1521 in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. The Friedman family, these are some of the villages and towns they lived in 1940. And we have records of 55 either grandparents, my great-grandmother, uncles, cousins who were murdered in the Holocaust in Lithuania. And 3 survived, my mom and her 2 aunts, by the heroism of these 2 great, unique individuals. This is a map of some of the towns where the family lived. That's another map of it. And ultimately, it's a story to me that speaks of what one individual can do, whether a simple village priest, a professor, or one of the most powerful men, if they step forward and they follow their moral conscience instead of what is convenient, expedient, or even perhaps illegal. There's a gentleman, Jacobus Bunka. He has done a beautiful sculpture garden in Plunge in Lithuania, and we have a small memorial there. I've been to Lithuania a number of times. I have not yet met the Venkus family. Again, due to COVID, I've not had the opportunity to meet them, but I certainly have that on my plans. And I am appreciative to the Lithuanian government for having recognized last year Father Venkus as a hero for having saved Jews during the Holocaust. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for sharing your personal story and your family story, and also for reminding us how important is humanity in all the aspects. Any questions for the Honorable Rabbi from the audience? Yes, please.
Dear Aaron, this mask here is Linas. So thank you for your wonderful presentation, exceptional your family story, and with the very sad statistics eventually. My question would be, was there any signs before Nazi invasion? Were there some real severe conflict between Jewish and Lithuanian communities? Or was it more peaceful life? Because sometimes it is said that, well, Lithuanians were harsh anti-Semites, and they were just waiting for a moment to get rid of the Jews or to kill them on spot. So by your personal story, could you say that there were some reasonable conflicts in the region? Thank you.
So, Linas, first of all, again, thank you for the tremendous help you have given me. It's clear to me from my own research that Klaipėda and the Kurland Peninsula region was a little bit of an anomaly due to its various status between once East Prussia and then part of Lithuania, French administration, and all that. In my mother's recollections, and she went to a German school, she had Lithuanian friends who were non-Jews. In fact, she didn't even speak Yiddish. Life was peaceful. People were, they went about their daily lives, day-to-day life. It was not, she didn't experience anti-Semitism growing up in that area. Nor did the family really experience anti-Semitism. The family was from Vavizhnai and all, until the events, and I believe that this may have been the exasperating events of the Soviet invasion, national identity, and certainly the rise of pro-German sentiment. And it seems to me that the Jewish population was, caught between them. And the Germans were not very friendly, to say the least, in the 1930s to the Jews. So they started attacking Jewish shops in Klaipėda, and they started to attack the Jews, although the Jews of Klaipėda, many of them were of Prussian and German origin. And So some Jews turned to Russia or to the Soviets for protection, a very small number of them. But the cultural identity of the Jews was not pro-Russian, it was actually pro-German or pro-Lithuanian. But I think life was relatively peaceful. And till the great powers stirred the pot of Lithuania. And, we always hear of Pale of settlement and Russian pogroms and, Kharkiv and Ukrainian pogroms. Look, Lithuania has a tragic history. The number of Jews who survived was 3% who survived the Holocaust. Many of them were murdered by Lithuanians, including, we know Jonas Norieka. He led that in that region. He led the murder of many of my own family members, and they did that even before the Germans came in. But it seems to me that before the stirring of the nationalist and ethnic tensions, things were relatively peaceful. And I've read the same in Latvia. One of the biggest killers of Jews in Latvia was very pro-Jewish. He was a famous famous flyer before the war. And it seems that unlike some of the other areas of Eastern Europe, it was a relatively peaceful, and certainly for my mom, an idyllic life.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. So I believe that now I'm calling for the last report before we will have a coffee break and then a discussion. And so Dr. Linas Venslauskas from Vytautas Magnus University is going to talk about the Dutch connection, the Jews rescued from Lithuania. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for the invitation to this wonderful conference. Now let's speak a little bit about the others. And please have in mind that that will be VIP presentation, but VIP you should decipher not very important person that I'm speaking, but work in progress presentation. So I am still working on the theme. So the pictures, they are not very nicely done, but nevertheless kind of illustration. So kind of missing part in the Visas for Life story is, as we are calling at least at Sugihara House, the Dutch connection. That means that besides Sugihara's visa, there was another, diplomat or partly diplomat, Jans Wanterdijk, Dutch honorary consul in Kaunas in Lithuania, and he was issuing this kind of not really fake, but somehow and not authentic visa to Dutch colonists in West Indies, saying that actually the final destination point is Curaçao, Suriname, other islands, but the full text was going that there is separate visas are not required. The governor of the island should decide on spot whether the people can enter, whether not. So this last sentence was deleted, was omitted by Ambassador, the suggestion of Ambassador De Decker in Riga. And from formal point of view, when people were approaching, and of course Zwanterdijk and Sugihara were those who were opening the gates, but in front of them was standing Soviet system, occupational regime, and NKVD. So their final word was also quite important. So if you do not have final destination visa or transit visa, it's a problematic issue to leave Sovietizing Lithuania. So some generalities, what I have done for a moment. Those who were asking for Sugihara's Wanterdijk visas and going through all the procedure. So about 14 German citizens, of course, namely Jews, and in some files it is written German nationality or stateless, since Nuremberg laws and other Nazi documents kind of withdraw Jews from being a German nationals. About 25 Dutch citizens, quite a number of them were married, meaning family people living, some of them living for quite a long time. For example, Cornel Stoffel, he was a Dutch citizen, not Jewish origin, a Dutch citizen, with his wife and 3 children, and they came into Lithuania in 1922. Cornel Stoffel was a gardener. He was growing flowers with a very nice slogan. I like it very much. Back in 1930s, leiskime gėlėms kalbėti, let the flowers speak. Very nice, I think, approach to the customer. As for example, Zwanterdyk family, and Zwanterdyk came in Lithuania in 1938 as a representative of Philips branch in Kaunas in Lithuania, and yeshiva students, primarily Rabbi Aaron Kotler mentioned Telšiai yeshiva. Telšiai yeshiva was, or Telšiai yeshiva was one of the places where worldwide Jewish community were coming in order to receive top education in rabbinical studies. And about 45 British citizens, also they were not asking, let's say, Sugihara Zwanterdyk visas because they were subjects to Britain, but nevertheless they were also screened by NKVD saying, can we let those people from the Soviet Union? So Zwanterdyk, Jan Zwanterdyk, August, the document, the questionnaire, the blank was filled in on August 13, 1940. So a lot of paperwork should be done before those visas were received from Sugihara, from Zwanterdyk and KVD permission to leave Soviet Lithuania, Soviet Union. So quite a huge bureaucratic apparatus. So I wanted to show that, well, it was not so easy going process, meaning that you were standing in a line in front of Japanese consulate receiving one visa, then going to Laisvės Avenue to Zvanterdyk's office, Philip's office, receiving another visa, and that's it. A lot of formalities were to be held, and before Soviet occupation and during Soviet occupation. So Zwanterdyk in his request is asking for permission of already Sovietizing Lithuania's authorities, or Soviet Lithuania, formally speaking authorities, permission to leave, to get an exit visa. And that was kind of usual in all the refugees' files. Then this request is filled. So Ministry of Interior is addressing already Soviet security office, asking, would you mind that these people are leaving? In this case, would you mind that Jan Zwanterdyk can leave Lithuania? And usually the reply is, we have nothing against. They are not, let's say, Soviet people, Soviet citizens. Another document to follow on your, okay, right, the most important one, usually written in Russia, that's Russian NKVD permission with the same inscription. We have nothing against, in order this person would leave the country. And it is written that Jan Zwanterdyk with family are going to the Netherlands. After filling all the papers, there might be some control, but usually there was no control, and then the police office would ask local police commissariat to check whether these people are still living in the place, and the number is indicated as a living place. And that is the request on your, again, right. On the left, the reply is that according to our survey, we went to Zvanterdyk's room, and we found, the neighbors said that Zwanterdyk family had left from Lithuania on September 12th. So from September 12th, Zwanterdyk came back to the Netherlands. But according to family members, son and daughter of Jan Zwanterdyk, family had 3 children. The middle son has passed away. The oldest daughter and the youngest son, they are still alive. So they were saying that they had quite an intense time. They didn't know whether they will be allowed to leave the country. Another example is Tesla and Isaac Levin family, because again, let's say, small competition. Who started? Who was the trigger point? Was it Sugihara? Was it Zwijndijk? So in this Dutch file, some would argue that Pesla and Isaac Levin were those who opened the gate of this quasi-Curaçao visas. So the document is soft conduit, Lithuanian document, stateless people to travel abroad, the document allows, and you may see that the family had and son. Pesla Levin, she was a Dutch citizen, then she got married to Isaac, who was a Polish citizen, Jewish origin Polish citizen, and she was living in Poland and preserved her old Dutch passport. When situation in Lithuania get more, risky, Pesla remembered that she is a Dutch citizen, so she addressed Ambassador De Decker in Riga and asked, could you please write these words that entrance to Curaçao Tsunami, visa, separate visa is not requested. De Decker said the full text sounds like that. The government on spot decides whether to enter. Could you please omit the sentence? De Decker said, okay, still you are a Dutch citizen, let's do it. And it was sent by mail to Riga and back, passport, Dutch passport of Pesla, and then her husband, Isaac Levin, received these Lithuanian documents. And already Jan Zwijndijk, after consultation with De Decker, ambassador in Riga, very experienced diplomat. Zwijndijk was a businessman, he was not a diplomat at all. Sometimes I'm calling him a summer diplomat or 2 months diplomat because he was acting as honorary Dutch consul only from June 16th till end of August 1940. But here we can see all the necessary visas or documents on travel documents. So Lithuanian writing is that it is permission to leave the country from Lithuanian side. Then it is Sugihara's visa. Then it is handwritten still Zwijndijk visa, saying that separate visa is not required. Then some attempts to get permission to enter Palestine by British embassy in Lithuania. And on that page, again on your right, the bottom one is again NKVD visa, saying that these people are allowed to leave the Soviet Union. And others would say that no, Nathan Gutwirth, Tenzer, was the person who started all the story. And Nathan Gutwirth came into Lithuania in 1936 from the Netherlands to study in Telšiai yeshiva. And he engaged with his wife, Nahama, in 1938. They got married. And actually, again, Gutwirth, at least one of the versions says, was the first from the Dutch citizens who approached already Zwijndijk saying, could you do something? I would like to leave this war area. And Zwijndijk and Sugihara, they agreed to give their own visas. But again, the same on your right, NKVD permission. There is no restrictions from NKVD side in order Gutwirth family leave Soviet Lithuania. On your left, another paperwork in tourist form to fill in. So a lot of forms to fill in, a lot of questionnaires to fill in order to receive this positive message. And the dates, the timing is also quite important. So in this NKVD form. It's 18th October 1940. NKVD permission is coming on October 29, 1940. So again, 2 more weeks of tension, not knowing whether I will be allowed to leave the country, whether not. And on the top, in Lithuanian and in Russian, it's an interesting institutional name, especially those who know Lithuanian history. And this was an exceptional and tragic moment in Lithuania's history as well. So it is written, Lithuanian Soviet Republic People's Commissariat of Interior, Militia's Department of Workers and Prisons. Peasants, not prisons, and peasants. So that means that Lithuania as a society, as a country, also was in a big trouble, and a lot of different scenarios could have taken place. And there is a certificate from this very well-known Telšių Yeshiva, Rabbi Seminary, Rabbi Yeshiva, testification that Nathan Gutwirth is a student, because they were asking all the time, can you prove that you are still a student? How long you will be staying in Lithuania? And before Soviet occupation and during receiving these documents also was a necessity to fill these documents. And it is signed by Chief Rabbi Bloch, a very prominent figure. I will come back to Rabbi Bloch at the end of my presentation, if the moderator will not stop me. So another story, Sternheim family, Levi, the gentleman there, and his mother Rachel, they found themselves in Lithuania also kind by accident. Also filling all the questionnaires, who are you, your identity, how you came here. So mother and son were stuck here in Vilnius, and in these documents, Rachel, mother, explains that she was visiting her son in Poland when the war broke out and they found themselves in Lithuania. They were retreating war zone. Now they want to leave the state. Before Netherlands occupation, husband was sending some money. Now the transfers has been stopped after the occupation of the Netherlands. So in the documents they are asking to get a visa and the documents of conduit without a fee. And it was quite an often request from the side of refugees saying that I have no incomes, I have no money, could the state of Lithuania issue visa and personal identification documents without fee or with some diminishment of the payment. So in such a way, Lithuania also contributed in a way to help people. And why Levi and Rachel found themselves in Vilnius? Because Levi was representative of his father's businesses in Lodz in Poland, an industrial city, and the regular way to get into Lithuania, avoiding occupation and advancement of the front. This document is of kind of interesting and importance, original in French and then translation into Lithuania. Sternheim family, Rachel, addressed Ambassador De Decker in Riga, asking him to contact Lithuanian authorities and ask Lithuanian authorities to prolong their visa, because visas were given for a month, for 2 months, for half a year, in this period usually for 1 month. So, and the visa expires of legal residence in Lithuania. She is writing to Ambassador De Decker and asking to contact Lithuanian Ministry of Interior in order to prolong the Lithuanian visa, and it was done so, and in such a way Ambassador De Decker appears earlier in the story than it is usually linked with Zwijndijk, Gutwirth and Levin family's story. And end of this story is a successful one. They managed to go through all this bureaucratic machine, and actually Rachel Sternheim received Sugihara's visa number 16 on 26th of July 1940, and her son number 18 on the same day, and in the middle, in between the family, Polish origin Jewish person, Isaac Levy, received visa number 17. These are the same documents. Another family, Nussbaum Samuel, Chaim and Rachel. Nussbaum and Chaim were brothers. They came to the same Telšių Yeshiva to study. Chaim then married Rachel. In the picture is Samuel Nussbaum from one of the questionnaires, filling in and asking permission to live and to study in Lithuania. And here is Chaim Nussbaum with his wife. Also, her name is Rachel, and in the questionnaire of August 19, 1940, Rachel mentions that the family have 2 children, 3 years old Samuel Mordechai and 2 years old Brendel. Again, on Sugihara's list that would be 2 visas, but 4 people saved, because children were not required separate visas. These are quite interesting requests. Again, on your left is the request of Chaim Nussbaum, and he is asking permission from Telšiai to go to Vilnius to study a Jewish library, Strashun Library, because he is about to graduate and he has to accomplish his research. And the request, addressed still to independent Lithuanian authorities, is dated December 12, 1939. On your right, another request by Samuel Nussbaum, and he writes this request on April 11th, 1940, so more or less 2 months before Soviet invasion, but his motivation is a little bit different. He asked permission to go to Vilnius to visit his friend Nathan Gutwig Tenzer, who I mentioned, one of the key figures in this rescue operation, let's say, who was injured in the train accident and now is in Vilnius hospital. And the train accident in Vilnius took place on March 13, 1940. So when giving some arguments later, Nathan Gutwirth was explaining that I was planning to go to the Netherlands earlier, but because I have this train accident, my leg was broken and I had to spend some months in hospital and recovering. Now is the situation, and I need to use this Trans-Siberian Railroad in order to leave the continent. Again, the NKVD permission to Chaim and Richelle Nussbaums, and it is also written in Russian, but it is interesting that they, NKVD usually, or sometimes were writing, they are going to America, and in the brackets it is written wrongly United States of America. Other documents were saying that they are going to West Indies, they have Zwanterdyke visa, they have Sugihara's transit visa, but somehow NKVD officials were indicating as if they were going to United States of America. Chaim Nussbaum's history is quite an interesting one, so he went through I am ending then with this story. He went through Trans-Siberian Railroad. He stayed in Japan, and he volunteered actually for the Allies to serve in the army. He became a chaplain in the army, but in 1943 he was captured by Japanese soldiers, and he spent the rest of the war in Changi prisoner of war camp in eastern Singapore, and he later has published his memoirs about the life in Japanese captivities, and of course describing the journey, the way he had to do while arriving into Japan. There are quite a lot of other interesting stories, so still we are solving this puzzle, making this mosaic, and still relatively short period, but a lot of things untold and to be told and to be corrected, and I am stopped by the watch and moderator, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for sharing your research, even if it's not finished yet, but good luck for continuing doing this. And are there any questions for the presenter? Please don't leave. No, most probably everybody is already anxious about the coffee break. So we are going for a short coffee break, 15 minutes. We are coming back 5 minutes past 4, and I very much urge all who are listening to us via internet to stay with us for the discussion, which will be moderated by Dr. Simona Streltsovas, and now we all deserve a cup of coffee. The coffee is served at the same place at the end of the corridor.
Okay. Once more, good afternoon. For those who are joining us online using a YouTube channel or joining us on Zoom through a Zoom link. This is the final part of our today's conference and the discussion, and we're very glad that we have members from various states, I mean mostly all of the states who were involved in the Sugihara's story. So let me kindly introduce the participants of this final discussion. Dr. Martina Rusiňák-Karvat. Hi Martina, thank you very much for joining me. Also Professor Chiharu Inaba from Meiju University. And Lithuanian part is represented by Dr. Akvilina Udžiūnienė. And I really hope that we still have Rabbi Aaron Kotler from United States and Professor Rotem Kovner from Haifa University. Hi, so everyone with us. And while thinking how to start, or before we start our discussion, I would like to remind every participant of this conference that with the conference, our communication is not finished. By the, let's say, June or July, I would like to ask you to send the presentation text or text based on the presentation, because on autumn we are planning to publish the separate book, and we're thinking to invite some other scholars and to make this book, let's say, important for this topic. Regarding the conference, while I was listening of Professor Rotem Kovner presentation, there was mentioned some, let's say, some kind of a problematic issue, rescuing and immigrating. And I just checked the conference title. So we are talking about the attempt of rescue World War II Jewish refugees. And based on your presentation, it looks like that maybe is better to use helping to emigrate. What's your opinion, Rotem?
Thank you, Simonas, for the question, for a very nice event, and I learned a lot today, and I'm grateful to all the scholars presenting their fascinating research. The question you have made is important because what is at stake is either we are talking about what they felt or what we know today. In retrospect, those who left were saved, or saved themselves. And those who stayed, who anyway could not leave, I mean, all those who lived in Lithuania at that time, 10 months later, began to lose their life. So, but for many of the people at that time, this was not rescue, this was just leaving or departing. Of course, some of them felt were more anxious or less anxious, but for most of them at that time, it was leaving Lithuania, in my opinion.
Thank you very much, Professor Kovner. And back to your presentation, I would like to ask the participant. So, unified narrative. I was trying to imagine how can we achieve the result. Of course, it's not easy. And as we have many, let's say, players in this story, and I guess each nation, Poland, Lithuania, Israel, United States, Japan, has its own intentions to use Sugihara's story and refugees' story, whether on national background or, let's say, incorporating into World War II narrative. So Martina, in your opinion, is there a chance to achieve the unified narrative in Sugihara's story?
I don't know, it's work?
It's working.
Okay, thank you. In my opinion, if we build one common international group, research group, maybe it will be, we can build this kind of common narratives in Sugihara's story, because we must know all, like not only Polish Jewish relationships, not Lithuanian Japanese relationships, but all topics we need to I understand English to put to this story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martina. And Professor Inaba, I guess each state is interesting in Sugihara's story, and probably the interest is based on some, let's say, that each state tries to use Sugihara on her own purpose. I mean, maybe to show some history in better colors or something like that. So what's the Japan's intention?
Yes, thanks. That it's in Japan, it is said that Sugihara rescued Jews in Kaunas from the Holocaust in August 1940. And I said, it is not exactly so. I always say that it is something misunderstanding or long memory of Chune Sugihara by himself, or what he has told. It's a misunderstanding by his wife or his children or something. And in Japan, there is a very strong image that Sugihara rescued the Jews from Holocaust. And once I told that it's, but in 1940 summer, there is no Holocaust in Lithuania. So it's Sugihara rescues Jews not from Holocaust, but from communism, I said. Then some listeners become very angry to me. No. You just break the Sugihara's all the narrative. Oh, you must not break such kind of. He's a humanitarian, very great diplomat. Why you do like such kind of negative image of Sugihara? And no, I don't say it like that. I am just, it's historical, it's exact history, and memory is some kind of difference, but still, let's say that it's Sugihara finally rescued the Jews from Holocaust. Finally. That is the truth. Exactly, no mistakes, but it's a process. I'm a historian, so I have to say exactly what was happened there, but I don't want to break the image of Sugihara at all. I always do like that. Yes, thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Inaba. And now I'd like to ask Dr. Akvilė Naudžiūnienė. Well, it seems that to achieve the unified narrative, actually we have to, probably we're losing some charming part of this story. I mean, because each country has to keep Sugihara and to show something in better colors. And Lithuania and Lithuanian, the last 9 months, from the September 1939 to June 1940, was full of exceptional events. I mean, the war, Vilnius question, refugees, finally losing independence and something. In your opinion, can we use the refugees' story, including Sugihara, in some, maybe, let's say, better understanding what was happening throughout those 9 months?
Thank you for the question. Actually, I believe that the story which is now told in Lithuania, in the main historical narrative, is leaving refugees outside of it, and it is very convenient because then we do not have to talk about all these problematic issues which you just mentioned, especially the Vilnius situation before the 1940. And so when, and if we will start talking about this wider context in which we can discuss Sugihara as a person who helped those refugees, then Sugihara might not look as such a hero as he is presented nowadays, and it might raise more problems, but at the same time, it would be a way to tell a more complex story, a story that includes not only Jewish factor, but of course mostly Jewish factor, but also the story where Sugihara helped not only people of Jewish origins, but also Polish and Lithuanian people. And I think this factor is a very important one for even for Lithuanians and Polish people to acknowledge Sugihara even more. So at one point we see a problematic issue that we do not know how to include these issues with Vilnius, but on the other hand, it can serve as a very nice diplomatic act for Poland and for Lithuania.
Thank you very much, Akvile. And I would like to ask Rabbi Aaron Kotler. Probably I'm mistaken, but I guess that as a rabbi you're working with many students at Lakewood Yeshiva, and my question is trying to integrate Sugihara's story and your, let's say, family story and Sugihara as well into one narrative. So may I say or ask you, let's say, is Sugihara's story somehow familiar to your students, and maybe it plays some role to your students? So what's the Jewish youth attendance to this story now in the United States?
I had a wonderful experience taking the Japanese ambassador on a tour of Lakewood. And every time we saw a child in the street, we asked the child, who saved the Miri Yeshiva, which was the large yeshiva that was saved by Sugihara? And they all said the Japanese. And then I said to the ambassador, this is not a setup. They really know this. And then I said, who from the Japanese? And they said Sugihara. So the story is very well known. And it's perhaps more well known where I am because probably 90% of our community are children of Holocaust survivors. And the entire body of rabbis who rebuilt Judaism, the yeshivos here in the United States, most of them were saved by Sugihara. So the story is very well known, even to children and certainly to adults. Permit me to make one other comment, if I can, on one of the previous questions. I have a letter from my grandfather, the one who was murdered, written in 1938 to a cousin in the UK. And in the letter, he shares of the fear and terror that they had at the future actions of Hitler. They believed Hitler. And the Jews certainly of Lithuania, many in Poland, there was some level of denial what he ultimately would do. But there was also a huge amount of fear and terror. They knew that Hitler meant what he said when he said death to the Jews, and they saw that German juggernaut coming. And I think that that was conveyed. Certainly my mother felt it as a 16-year-old. She knew they were going to murder her, and they were going to murder her sisters and her parents and her entire family. And they were desperate. And when she stood in front of that Japanese embassy in March of 1941, asking the guard to let her in, she knew that life and death were in front of her. There was fear of the communists. No one wanted to be deported to Siberia. That was bad. But they knew that if they didn't get an exit visa, they were likely to die. And certainly if you weren't in Moscow, if you were in Poland or Lithuania, they knew that they would die. And my grandfather writes in the letter to a cousin of ours in London in 1938, he said, "It's worse than the Sudetenland. Save the lives of my daughters. Give us visas." And I think that that was conveyed to the diplomats, the various individuals who were involved in the rescue. It was a desperate race to save lives. And although there was no Holocaust yet, and that point is a very valid point, so no one knew what form it would take. But I do think it was clear to the people, and I grew up with Holocaust survivors around me, many who were in Shanghai. It was clear to all of them, not just in the retrospective memory. If you didn't get your papers, you were likely to die, and you needed to get out. And families were torn apart, little children. My aunts were hidden in the forests. They were hidden in barns. They gave up their children. I read this morning of families in Vienna sending their children to strangers in London. I think it was clear, even before the events of the Holocaust, what was tragically coming to the world.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Aaron Kotler. And the same similar, let's say, question to Professor Rotem Kotler. So during your presentation, or while listening to your presentation, I have marked to myself several keywords: the rescuers, the rescued, and third-party participants. While talking about the unified narrative, I was trying to imagine how could we achieve this goal. I think that the participants of this conference probably could easily agree that it is achievable, and we could write maybe the book and publish this book, but is this the end or just the beginning of the unified narrative?
Thank you for this question. First, I would like to say that the previous question about departure or rescue, for me, it's basically semantics. It's not it's not the cardinal issue. More importantly, I believe that we historians sitting here, and I know all of you, or most of you, for several years, I'm sure we agree on the details, and I'm sure we could have written a unified version. The emphasis here on the third party is just because this is the story of Sugihara. But that's exactly what I'm saying, that the story here is much beyond Sugihara. I mean, one of my final point was that Sugihara had an important role, but he was one of the players. And I could at least mention 10 gates of passing for one another, that without even one gate open, if the British consul would not provide passport for some, or if the Lithuanian government would not give permission, or if the NKVD agent would not decide, or whoever decided all this rescue would not have been possible. So there are many participants. So, but within the story of Sugihara, there are rescuers, and rescuer, and the third party. In fact, in my view, Lithuania was completely not a third party in this story. Lithuania had a major role in the story. Soviet Union too. Polish government in different ways, beginning and the end, had a very important role as well. So I believe that we together could have written easily a unified version. The problem is that there are a lot of political reasons, motives for keeping the previous, the conventional version. And there are also a lot of non-historians who are convinced that the story they had for many years is true. One of them, sitting in front of me, Rabbi Kotler, I appreciate very much your story. It's moving and it's completely honest and true, but it's so full of mistakes and historical mistakes. And it's okay. Just one example, for example, your mother, she left in April, right? April 1941. We are talking about summer 1940. This is completely different period so she's completely out of this different story, the story we are talking and the story of your mother. And there are many other things. Just to understand that there was no any reason that Sugihara would not issue visas. He did not even have to ask for permission. This was not a visa, it was just transit visa. So tens of thousands of people every year received at that time visas to Japan. Anyone who moved from Hong Kong to San Francisco had to stop in Yokohama and receive transit visa and could go for the day to the port. So this was not such a cardinal issue as we imagine today. Of course, in retrospect, it became important. Of course, to issue 2,000 visas was amazing feat, and I admire Sugihara. And I think he is a person of dignity and could be a clear example and a role model. At the same time, the story, as we here understand it, Dr. Stelkovas, Professor Inaba, and many others here in the hall, we know that the story is completely different. And until now, we kept each of us a small piece of it in order not to break the big story. It's quite embarrassing to break such a myth. So I suggest that we will start to offer a more unified and clear version. And this is for moral reason, because we really want to educate our children, the next generations, based on a true things and not on inventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kovner. And because you have mentioned the education and our children, now I would like to ask the specialist of this topic, Dr. Akvilė Naudžiūnienė, and while during your presentation, you have touched, I guess, a very important thing in Lithuanian educational system, that sometimes what I understood, that some teachers actually inventing some, let's say, or trying to use some heroes in the topic that those heroes doesn't fit at all. And there is a regular practice in Lithuanian educational system, I mean, to show Sugihara as the, let's say, rescuer from Holocaust, include all together with the Lithuanians, those who saved Jews during 1941-1944?
Thank you. Actually, I cannot say for all teachers what I try to emphasize in my presentation, and I would like to emphasize now is that there is this one narrative in textbooks we can talk about, because what happens in each classroom, it's very hard to define, and it's hard to define how each teacher is using this material from the textbooks. But in the textbooks we have this story of Sugihara placed next to the story of Holocaust in Lithuania, and next to, as I mentioned, Ona Šimaitė, who helped Jews during the Holocaust in Lithuania in 1941 and 1944. And Sugihara is there as well, and he is presented as the rescuer of Lithuanian Jews. No Polish, no Lithuanian people who were rescued by Sugihara is not presented, and of course there is no separate story that Sugihara did not live here at the time, so that's another issue. And of course it would be much more true to his story to present him in the context of Holocaust in Europe, maybe, or even in the context of pre-war period in Lithuania. However, we have this weird situation that he is now presented as a part of Holocaust in Lithuania. Yes.
Thank you very much, Akvile, for your answer. And well, I was thinking that the story of Sugihara refugees is actually very complicated, and it has many of, let's say, the key players. And as Professor Kovner already mentioned, it's a Lithuanian part, to accepting refugees September, June. It's Soviet Union's positive decision to let those refugees through its territory. It's Sugihara's part, giving those visas, and the Dutch final destination, permission, let's say, not visa. But what Professor Inaba said today during his presentation, I marked to myself a money question. Actually, the money, unfortunately, is always one of the most important things. And of course, we can have all those, let's say, the chain of key players. But if we took out the money question, actually all the efforts done by other parts is pointless, because the refugees simply has no money for travel or for visa or something like that. And during your presentation, you have mentioned that the money that came from the United States of America were donated by, let's say, common Jewish people, not the businessmen, not the moguls with their huge bank accounts, but let's say common people who were interested and had empathy and wanted to help those who were in trouble here in Lithuania. And my question is, because I know that you was in New York and you was working with the archives of JDC, so do we have some kind of a number of those who donated the money, and what was the, let's say, regular donation? I don't know, $10, $5, $20, and something like that. Could you please give some more information regarding the money question? Thank you.
Yes, it's. I visited the JDC archives, and I tried to find such kind of document that how much JDC paid all. Yes, I found how much altogether JDC paid, but again, who donated and how much they donated to whom? To whom is most important. That it's you see, it's those American supporters. They don't want to give a donation to someone. exactly their family member or friends or some good acquaintance, such kind of person, for such kind of person they want to pay. So that time it's rather unfortunate, but a small amount of monies they donated, and they are collected in JDC, and JDC send those money to Lithuania. That's the reason why it's rather difficult to understand for me to who donated and to whom donated. I stayed only 2 weeks in New York, and I couldn't read all kind of document yet, so let's say, but still, it's money come from United States is most important for their survival. And but I couldn't understand well why it's Americans didn't say. They haven't said a lot how American Jewish society supported the Jewish refugees in Lithuania. Maybe Americans is very honest. Americans is very honest. That they don't say anything what they have done, but rather other than Americans supported Jews in Lithuania, they want to emphasize. That's the reason why we couldn't understand a lot about the American support, I believe. And these things I'd like to ask to Rabbi Aaron Kotra, that is it Americans is rather honest, or why Americans, they didn't tell a lot about American support to the Jewish refugees in Lithuania?
Sure. I think the records, which I'd be happy to share with you after the conference, show an enormous amount of money sent to the refugees in Shanghai. And the research we pieced together was the period of time in Lithuania was relatively short. In Kobe, when the refugees arrived in Kobe, as my mother's own documents show, the Kobe Jewish community assumed the support for many of them. And through their years in Shanghai, and there were refugees in Shanghai for 7 or 8 years, they were supported by U.S. Jewry. And I think it took a little bit of time in the initial period in Lithuania for that support to really galvanize. In my mother, and just wanted to clarify something for our dear Professor Kauner, I didn't share that my mother was saved by Sugihara. She was saved by Tatekawa. She was not saved when Sugihara was active in Kaunas. She was saved by Tatekawa after Sugihara had already ceased to act. And the records show that, and I'm happy to share those with you, the originals. But she made her way to Moscow on her own. When she arrived in Kobe, she was penniless. And she was held on the ship until representatives of the Kobe Jewish community came and promised, I put that up on the screen before, they came and they promised support. So I think there were 3 phases. The Lithuanian phase was very disorganized, a mad rush for people to get out. People in the United States did not really understand what was needed. As they got to Japan, Kobe Jewish community assumed support for many, and then as they stayed for the duration, most of them did not have the means to earn a living. That's where the real fundraising efforts started. And I have canceled checks sent by the Van Atsala and other financial records showing consistent support throughout the years in Shanghai, but not during the early years in Lithuania.
Thank you very much. And Martin, I would like to add something.
Thank you. I would like only to add information about Jewish Labor Committee, which worked parallel to joint, and that was not only money, financial help, but also they arranged, they worked to get destination visas for all refugees. That was most thing in this process, because if you don't have destination visa, it doesn't care about money, because they didn't help you to get out from Lithuania or from Japan into Australia, Palestine, or United States. That's all.
Thank you. Rotem, do you have to add something? Please switch on your microphone.
I'm fine. I think
Okay. Just listening the answers, I just realized that regarding the unified narrative and trying to, let's say, to shift from Nazi threat in 1940 summer to rescuing from the Soviets after today, it will be much more easier for audience to understand the what Soviet threat and Russian threat might mean even those days. But I would like to ask once more Rabbi Aaron Kotler. During the Professor Naba's presentation, it was very clear that we may divide those who were, let's say, rescued into three very similar parts. I mean, 1/3 were rich Jewish who may pay by themselves. 1/3 was yeshiva students, and 1/3 the others. So what means that 2/3 of the whole 2,195 needed financial support. So my question is, because I'm very far away from understanding the yeshiva's life, Rabbi Aaron Kotler, is this common thing for yeshiva student, let's say, that they needed financial support, or there is some kind of, let's say, just Jewish attitude toward yeshiva students simply to support them and to give that support?
Well, you know, the poverty was great for many in those days, and certainly by late 39, early 1940, the economic opportunities in Lithuania and in Poland were diminishing. You know, my family from Klaipėda, there were boycotts of Jewish businesses in Klaipėda as early as 1936. Swastikas were daubed on doors, and there were efforts to squeeze Jews out of economic life early on. By the time my own family fled Klaipėda for Kaunas, they were near penniless. Although they lived a relatively comfortable middle-class life or upper-middle-class life when they lived in Klaipėda. So even those who were, and my grandfather was a yeshiva student who became a very successful import-export merchant, and he plied the Baltic, bringing leather in and out to Sweden and Germany and in the various Baltic countries. But they did leave impoverished, and the refugees in general had so little. And for the yeshiva students who were young and not yet in the workforce, I think they were even more impoverished. They were separated from their families and in an extremely difficult situation. And without, as was said before, without the right to leave Russia and without funds, you could not make your way out. If my mother would not have had German citizenship, she would not have gotten her NKVD exit permits. Her sisters couldn't get the exit permits. That's why they remained in Lithuania for the duration of the Holocaust and one ultimately in Germany. And then funds were critical. And even the funds to travel across the Trans-Siberian Railroad. So there was not a lot of money in general. And I think everybody required support, and not just the yeshiva students.
Thank you very much. I guess it will be like a last question to Dr. Akvilina Udžiūnienė, also Professor Chiharu Inaba, and also Professor Rotem Kovner and Martina Rusinia-Korvat. While listening Akvilina Udžiūnienė presentation, and she have mentioned that Sugihara is not only representative of, let's say, like a hero who rescued Jews from the Holocaust or similar stories, but also he's a representative of Japanese culture in many different activities in Lithuania. And while you was mentioning Vilnius and Kaunas, I can actually, I was very surprised when Šiauliai, which is northern part of Lithuania and completely has nothing to do with Sugihara's story, in 2020, October, there was planted Sakura's Park, and officially it was done in the name of Chiune Sugihara, the rescuer of Jews from the Holocaust, and so the story. So it means to me, it looks like we have already some kind of a competition in Lithuania, and the competition means that the cities, the municipalities, probably because of lack of historical knowledge, trying to compete who will be, let's say, who will be able to use in better way Sugihara and Japan and something like that. So, Professor Inaba, let's say we are talking about the shifting to one narrative. Let's say we are trying to incorporate the rescuing from Soviet Union. Do you think it is possible now, today, in today's Japanese society?
Yes, of course. It's yes. I always continue to say that it's history is like that. History, but all the his humanitarian work is not a history, but they have to understand a lot about his humanitarian activity. So it's, but then it's rather complicated in Japan. Again, it's you say Vilnius and Kaunas, and now you say that it's also Šiauliai's cherry plant, no? But in Japan also, it's Chiune Sugihara was born in Yaotsu city, and he was growing in Nagoya, and his rescued Jews arrived in Tsuruga, and Sugihara lived for a long time in Kamakura, it's near Yokohama. So many cities now, again in Japan, it's also competing to celebrate Sugihara. So I cannot, but still, such kind of its activity is. I don't say negative, that is very positive for understanding Sugihara activity all over Japan. So I'm very welcome to such kind of thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Naba. And very similar question to Professor Rotem Kovner. I'm trying to imagine what has to be done in Israel to change the, let's say, the main road which leads to Sugihara as he is known today. I mean, where to start? What do you think, from Yad Vashem's recognition or the other way?
Thank you for the question. I often think about the role of historian, and historians have several roles, but the most important one is to write history and correct history. Again, the question of what is history is a complex one, and we are not going to start it today, but there are different positions in society. There are diplomats dealing with relation between countries. There are people who deal with culture and promoting and educators. Historians, their role is to write the history as they see it, based on sources and in a right way. As an historian, I see my mission to write history in that way, and one of these things is to write the way I see the story. I cannot. I realize that the role of whatever the role of historians, the position is not as important as we often believe. So I'm not so sure how profound will be our impact, but at least we have to do our role and maybe try to change this trend. Whether it's possible or not, this is, history will tell, or the future will tell.
Thank you very much. Martina, I'm not sure, is there in Poland today any memorial to Sugihara? I guess no. So if it would be, what you think, some, let's say, dedication plate on this memorial, was Sugihara saving Jews from?
It's only one park in Sejny, in northern Poland, by Sugihara. I don't know what could be on this plaque. I think Sugihara saved Polish Jews. In my opinion, it will be this kind of sign, but we can ask also how many people in Poland knows about Sugihara. My first information about Sugihara was the guy who rescued Jews, but I didn't think about from where. When I studied this history, I found that was Polish refugees, Polish Jewish refugees, etc. And how many people know Sugihara's story in Poland? Only academic field? On last year, Professor Skotnicki, professor from hematology, wrote one book about refugees from Krakow who get Sugihara visas and rescued. But it's a small group of people in Poland who interested in this history, this topic, and maybe if we want to get this kind of plaque, we must spread information about Sugihara in Poland to know why we want to put this kind of plaque. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. And Akvile, the same question, and I guess it will be probably the last answer closing this discussion. Vilnius, Kaunas, probably the other city, I guess you have mentioned maybe Klaipėda, I think. So maybe it is time to start to change the attitude towards Sugihara, that he was acting in the summer 1914, let the people know, what he was doing. It wasn't saving from the Nazi threat exactly the summer 1940, but rather from the Soviets, which was threat well known by our grandparents. What do you think?
Yes, so the idea would be very idealistic, I would say, and this idea of spreading the knowledge is always a nice one, but I think, we have went a long way, in researching Sugihara's story. You yourself, prepared very convenient study about this, and I think the main point now is trying to introduce these studies, both from Lithuania, from Poland, from Japan, to those people who are writing history textbooks, for those people who are teaching history, and also in every act, like if we have a monument for Sugihara, if we have some kind of celebration, commemoration of Sugihara, there should be people who are interested in this topic, presenting the real, we could say, side of the story, the complex side of the story, and not letting this story to be told by anyone, by people who are interested just in the Japan and Lithuania relations, which is a good thing. However, next to it there should always be an academic who can elaborate this story. But that's the idealistic point, and I think everyone has to take part in it in order to it to work.
Thank you very much, Aquila, and thank you everyone who joined me in this during this discussion. Once more time, I'd like to repeat that I hope you will have a time to prepare the text, and we will publish the book in the autumn. So I wish you good time. I hope peaceful time, and see you alive or in Zoom in the next events. So thank you very much.